Ready? We all set, Regina? Okay. So I'd like to call the order the Board of Commissioner meeting today, October 22nd or 28th. I'd like to open with invocation. Oh, Josh.
Wow, that's me. Hey, I actually am just going to read and then we'll do a moment of silence. If you ask my family about my faith at all, they'd say, well, Dad's like a red letter Christian. I have to look that up. But it basically means the words of Jesus are very important to me. And if I'm going to look for those, I look to the Sermon on the Mount. And I'm just going to read a little section from the Sermon on the Mount. The challenge for me as in this role, and I think for all of us, is when I read these, I have to realize that there's not an asterisk behind them that says, do these things unless you're a politician. And that's really hard, and it's a challenge. So I'll read, and then we'll take a moment of silence followed by the pledge. This is the Beatitudes for those of you who have heard them before. Blessed are the humble in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. And blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called the children of God. Take about 30 seconds of silence. Amen. Pledge?
Stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Justin, can you take the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Berry.
Here.
Mr. Joritzma.
Here.
Mr. Zylstra.
Here.
Mr. Bonema.
Here.
Mr. Moss.
Here.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. Teeples.
Here.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Here.
Mr. Kyers.
Here.
Mr. Bruger.
Here.
And Mrs. Miedema.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. So, Board, I know haven't approved the agenda yet, but I'm wondering if it's okay to move the annual report, on the committee report from the 20th Circuit Probate and Parole, Keith, move it up into correspondence so he doesn't have to stick around while we're doing all our work today. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to have him move up after the veterans.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to welcome our new county administrator, Patrick. Welcome aboard, buddy. It's good to have you. County's going to be well served. I'm confident of that, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. I am very thrilled to be here. Yesterday was a big first day. I spent a lot of time, and I'll cover this at the end when I go through my administrator's update, but I spent a lot of time with Ron and Gary. And if I say nothing else, it's thank you to those two gentlemen because they have just done an incredible job over the past 10 months, really making it easy and seamless for me to step into this role. So, but I'll get into a little bit more about what I talked about yesterday. And I just want you all to know I'm very appreciative and thankful to be here. And I look forward to working and serving all of you.
Thank you, Patrick. Sheriff, you've got the floor.
Good morning. I think we need a microphone at my stomach. Chairman Teeple, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to recognize one of our detectives whose diligence and professionalism embody the very best of the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office. Today, we honor Detective John Soslinski with the Sheriff's Commendation Award. Detective Soslinski recently investigated a case involving a non-mobile infant who presented with what appeared to be a minor bruise. Many might have considered the injury insignificant, but Detective Sislinski, recalling specialized training on the sentinel injuries, those small warning signs that can point to a greater harm. Acting on that instinct, he pursued further medical evaluation, which revealed multiple fractures in various stages of healing. Though the investigation ultimately fell under another jurisdiction and was transferred to that agency for investigation and prosecution, it was Detective Sislinski's tenacity, training, and attention to detail that brought that abuse to light and ensured the child's immediate safety. Detective Sislinski's work demonstrates the high level of skill, dedication, and care that our community expects from its deputies. His actions reflect the professionalism and commitment to public safety that define this office. Please join me today in congratulating Detective John Sislinski on receiving the Sheriff's Commendation Award. Thank you again for allowing me the time to recognize our people when they do their amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Looks like the room is clearing out. There's a customer service program that initiated here in Ottawa County in 2015 as a part of an initiative to provide an opportunity for employees and members of the public to nominate an employee who has gone above and beyond the call of duty. Whether it's exceptional service, kindness, or problem solving, the county wants to hear about it. So today, the county would like to recognize Valente Morales, customer, and provide him with the Customer Service Award. Valente is a community health worker with Pathways. A letter was received from one of his clients, a recently widowed 59-year-old woman from Holland. Her words exemplified the skill, compassion, and superior customer service Valente brings to our county. Here are just a few quotes from her letter. Quote, "There was a time in my life when I felt like I had nothing left. I was alone, no husband, no support, no resources to move forward. Every day I felt like a mountain. I couldn't climb. I didn't know where to turn, what to do, or how to even begin rebuilding my life. I was at my weakest, saddest, and most vulnerable. Then I met my community health worker. My community health worker didn't just help me survive, he helped me thrive. He gave me the tools, the support, and the belief that I could rebuild my life after becoming a widow. I'm standing strong with a job, a repaired home, and financial support because someone cared enough to walk beside me. Valente, on behalf of Ottawa County, we'd like to recognize you today." So now it's time for legislative update. Is Bob? Yeah, you're here. Okay, good. Welcome, Bob.
Good morning. Thanks for having me here today. I feel like the last several times I've been here, we've been talking about how the budget has been kind of at a standstill in Lansing, and I'm happy to report that the legislature has passed a budget. Took longer than normal. It took a 7-day budget in the interim, but the budget is passed. The governor has signed it. And the roads deal was a big part of it. I know we've been talking about that a decent amount as well, but start with revenue sharing. Revenue sharing remained flat for counties. It's significant because actually as part of the roads deal, it did give a small cut to revenue sharing for cities and villages and townships. County remained whole. But the increase for us is going to be, there's a new public safety trust fund that was funded. The House and the Senate are still negotiating the final details on how that's going to be distributed, but it looks like Ottawa County is set to get about $326,000 towards the sheriff's department for extra public safety measures here. And there's going to be some sort of scoring mechanism on that funding moving forward. The idea is that it's a long-term funding source, but we can increase our allocation to Ottawa County by reducing violent crime. It's going to be measured on those statistics. The idea is that this money is there to allow the sheriff's department to take extra measures to reduce the violent crime rate. And those counties that are successful in that will see future increases in this funding. Those counties that struggle with that will see future decreases. So that's something that we will keep monitoring for you. And as soon as those distribution methods are finalized, I'll get them to you. To the roads deal, there's going to be a significant increase for the Ottawa County Road Commission to work on our local roads. Last fiscal year, the Road Commission received $38.5 million from the state. Next year, they're going to have $52.1 million. And so $13.7 million increase for Ottawa County. It's about 33%, which is really the biggest increase we've seen in a very long time. And so hopefully that makes a significant impact. I've talked to Brett Laughlin over the Road Commission, and they're just starting to advance those 5-year plans. And so I think we're going to see a significant increase there. The one thing that some people are a little worried about, a lot of this funding is predicated on there's a significant tax increase to the wholesale rate of tax on recreational marijuana in Michigan. And so they're planning on several $100 million coming from that to help fund this roads deal. But I think some of the skeptics will say this tax raise, the price increase that will come with it, will lead to less sales. If that's true, if people buy less marijuana at our dispensaries, that would maybe not all of that money comes to fruition, but about a third of the total funding package comes from that tax. So it's not wholly dependent on the wholesale tax, but either way, the County Road Commission will have a significant increase moving forward. Just yesterday, the Court of Appeals ruled on the lawsuit between the House and the Senate. If you remember, at the end of the term last year, there were 9 bills that did not get presented to the governor by the end of the legislative calendar. And then with the change in power, the new Speaker of the House declined to present those 9 bills that had been passed by both the House and the Senate to the governor. Said it was his discretion. The old Speaker didn't get it done in time, was the Republicans' argument. The Senate sued over those bills. And just yesterday, the Court of Appeals ruled that all 9 of those bills need to be presented to the governor. The timeline is still up in the air. They said it's got to go back to the lower court to figure out exactly how that works. My guess is that the House will appeal that case still to the Supreme Court, and who knows there. But of those 9 bills, there is one that could have an impact on the county. If you recall, back in 2011, I believe, the legislature passed a law that would require public employees to pay 20% of their health care, kind of caps where the county can pay at 80%. There was also a hard cap number that fluctuates a little bit. And so some governments use the hard cap, some use the 80-20. But this bill that, should it be presented to the governor and signed, kind of blows up that framework, and it allows the percentage of employee contribution to be negotiated through collective bargaining for the first time since 2011. And so that will impact how future collective bargaining agreements work here. And so it's something to keep an eye on. I would assume the governor signs it. It was a Democratic priority last term, but she still has to make a decision on signing or vetoing that. Excuse me. One thing I've been working on, I was contacted by Gary and Karen Kaminsky about a Veterans Services grant that some of the details have changed. I think you're going to actually hear a little bit more about that next. But in the past, Ottawa County had used some of its Veterans Services grant to pay for transportation for veterans to things like medical appointments. And the state wasn't going to allow that this time. So we looked into a little bit, and what we heard from the state is that due to some federal pressure, some of this funding, I suppose, is coming from DC. They're tightening up the requirements. And since transportation had not been explicitly allowed in the grant agreement in the past, they were going to only allow the services that were specifically in the grant agreement. And so if this is something that the board wishes, I think there's some room to push back on this, because they had allowed this funding in the past. But we've got a fairly detailed response from the Michigan Department of Military and Veterans Affairs that we've shared with the administration. And if you guys find this to be an important source of funding, we do, I think, have a spot that we can push back and advocate to use the money in the way that Ottawa County has used it in the past. Lastly, moving forward, now that the budget's done, there will be at some point in time, whether it's this fall or early in next year, a supplemental budget bill, both to close the books on last year. And there's about $225 million left on the balance sheet that wasn't allocated in this budget. Part of our efforts for Ottawa County are going to be to try to get a little bit of extra funding to close our deficit in the community mental health space. We've identified about $2 million that we believe the state should be stepping up to fund. And because Ottawa County is providing these services, right now there's just a deficit. And so that'll be our effort moving forward in the next 90 days or so, as hopefully we see that budget supplemental bill going. Senator Mark Heisinger has taken the lead on this and has been quite passionate and helpful there. And so that's what, hopefully next time I'm here, we can report that we're well on our way to helping close that budget gap. Happy to answer any questions.
Question. Bob, I'm glad to hear you're getting involved with veterans grants. A lot of things around here kind of benefit from state grants. How broad a portfolio do you guys have in terms of like whether that's Parks and Rec or Community Action Agency or?
Whatever you want, Commissioner, I can look into it for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I love that.
Nelson.
I don't know if Jason Schenkel, if you're going to be speaking next, as Bob just alluded to about the desire, whether or not we'd want to go forward to push back for some more funding as it related to transportation for veterans. But I wouldn't mind hearing about that, whether it's now or later, and so that maybe we're having that conversation while you're here, Bob.
Great.
Okay. So I don't know if Jason, are you going to be speaking on that today? You are? Okay. Are you going to be sticking around for just a little bit?
Happy to.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I understand the revenue sharing cut was offset by that trust fund for the police for public safety. But the public safety is going to be one-time funding. Is that true?
My understanding is that the intention is that it's not, whether it was written into the budget this way, but I think there's a piece of the sales tax that is going to be permanently dedicated in this direction. The challenge is the bill has been, the funding mechanism has passed the House. It has not yet passed the Senate. So it's probably in the budget this time as one time because it's just a part of the general fund revenue line. In the future, the idea is to create this like a trust fund so that money goes in there automatically. A certain part of the revenue is dedicated to this fund, and then the funding mechanism will spit the money out annually.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just have a question on an education issue, which I don't think is in bill form or anything at this point, but the state school board is looking at redoing sex education and integrating it, into all of the health curriculum. And that really oversteps the legislature's role in creating, law and setting the structure there, which they have traditionally done in the past. Do you happen to know, is the legislature are they planning to take any action on that to protect their power in that area?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a ton about it other than what I've read in the media, but I do believe that the House Oversight Committee is going to be holding hearings on this subject coming up. They haven't yet. I mean, it's a fairly fresh issue, but I'd like to see what they do. And that's often, a precursor to potential legislation once they kind of dive into that.
Okay, I just see that as a huge issue because I think a lot of families here in Ottawa could potentially be looking at, do we have to change where we school our children? So I think that's going to be an important one.
Okay.
There are a couple of reps that are diving really deep into the issue. I believe they're taking up a resolution
Good.
on that issue.
Okay.
Either they might have last week or they're doing it this week, I believe. So yeah, there are people working on it. Whether it turns into legislation that passes the Senate and gets signed by the governor, I
Right.
might be skeptical of, but
Right.
people are paying attention.
Okay.
There is a meeting happening today, Bob, on that. You can look at Luke Meerman's site.
Yeah, in the Oversight Committee. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jake.
Bob,
Hey.
switching over to the road commission,
Yes.
is there a way that you can work more with Brett to give him assets, connections to lobby for our roads here in Ottawa County? Is there, and I'm not fully aware of everything that you're doing now, but I just know that we could lobby more.
Yeah, I talk to Brett regularly. And so I think that sometimes the challenge is trying to set a certain county apart. And so for example, every county got the same percentage increase in this budget. I think some of the larger counties would have argued that maybe we deserve a little bit more because we've got 4-lane roads and 6-lane roads. But ultimately the legislature decided to, a flat increase statewide on a percentage basis. But yeah, Brett and I talk on a regular basis and always happy to do whatever he wants.
It's great to hear. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Well, speaking of Veterans Services, we have Executive Director Jason Schenkel. Welcome.
Good morning. I gave everybody a one pager to look at. So me and Gary thought it would be very important just for me to kind of give you a little bit of a brief for some situational awareness, because this is starting to get a little noisy in the public, and I wanted to make sure you had as much information as possible. So 28 days now into the new year, and we do not have a grant. It started back in May. We applied for the 26 grant in May. The MVAA changed some language, and that's where we lost our transportation initiative. So I want to say thank you for helping me out with that. The communication between the state and our office has pretty much been nil. We haven't got much other than this is the way it's going to be, like it. We haven't had much conversation about what we need at Ottawa County. And I say we, it's all 83 counties that are affected by this, not just Ottawa. When the state budget was being looked at, apparently the MBAA reintroduced some new grant language into the budget. So when the budget was approved 7 days later, it reneged all of our grants. So all the counties have to go back and rewrite our grant. And now the new due date is the 7th of November. So it's going to be a full quarter into the new fiscal year before we probably even know if this money is going to be given to us or not. So the language changed. So in the previously, it was really designed for us as a county to build our own strategy around how we communicate with our veterans, how we reach our veterans, the services we provide. It really allowed us as a county to determine our gap solutions and things that we can assist with, whether it's emergent funding or transportation. And now the grant has come back to say they will strictly only pay for payroll and salaries, staff onboarding and training, office space, which would be rent and utilities for those that are using commercial property, and IT and equipment expenses. So they're really only going to fund our veteran service officer that does all our federal claims. After talking with fiscal and Karen and our group, we're going to go at this a little bit differently. Since we can only ask for staff, we're going to move some of our staffing into that grant. So currently, our clerk, 0.5 of our clerk is funded by our board initiative, ARPA funds. 0.5 has been historically in the grant. We're going to keep that there. We're going to move 0.5 of our administrator assistant into the grant. And that should free up about $40,000 to $42,000 in our general fund budget. So we're just moving our staffing into the grant to give us some additional funding in the general fund, which we're working with fiscal now to come up with the budget plan of how that 40 is going to be utilized. We'll have to reapply. I spoke with Patrick already. It's going to be a short suspense, but we really have about another week to get this grant finalized and signed and turned back in. Then it'll go to the grant for approval. It'll come back to the county as a fully executed grant. We'll have to sign again, and then it'll go back and we can start executing on it. The state did say that they would continue to fund our staffing through this first quarter, even though the grant hasn't been finalized yet. So we'll take that with a grain of salt, and we'll move on. So like, again, I just want to make sure that you're aware. There's been some media. My counterpart in Grand Traverse has been on 7 and 4. There's been some news. There's been some pushback at the state level through the Veterans Affairs Committee in reference on how the monies can be spent. So based upon my communication with our association, there's probably 30 to 40 counties that will no longer be utilizing this grant because it doesn't fit the local strategy. So I'm disappointed with the state for the fact that they're treating every county, they're pushing a strategy that doesn't work at the local level. And we know what we need and how we should be spending it and what our veterans and families deserve. And their blanket strategy is very hard to work around. So, but I'll open it to questions if anybody has.
Well, I think it's pretty clear the county supports what you do. So hang in there, keep plugging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, free breakfast for veterans on November 10th in Coopersville. We're teaming up with the Rotary Club and the Senior Center, the old kids group, I believe they call it, to provide a free breakfast for our veterans on the 10th. Even though Veterans Day is on the 11th, they're going to get plenty of other opportunity to get some stuff from the community. So we thought it'd be important to do it a day early so we can capture that audience. And even though it's in Coopersville, it's for every veteran in Ottawa County. So let your constituents know. We'd really like to drive some activity in the northern part of the county, and we're excited to do that. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So the next thing on the agenda is the annual report from the 20th Circuit Probation and Parole. And Heath White, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I appreciate, we work greatly. We appreciate the board and for all they do for us by providing us a workspace and the equipment to do the job that we do. We really appreciate all you do for us for our offices, and thank you. My name's Heath White again. I'm the supervisor of the Ottawa County Holland Probation Office, Probation Parole Office. Ben Sutherland is the supervisor of the Grand Haven Probation Parole Office, as well as the Hudsonville office. Each of us currently are supervising about 10 full-time employees. We currently are supervising in Ottawa County a total of 588 offenders, either on probation or parole. Probably about 300 of those are on parole. We currently have, in Holland, we have currently 332 people on probation or parole. Grand Haven, we have 159 people on probation or parole. In Hudsonville, we have 97 people on probation or parole. Main purpose of the Department of Corrections Probation Parole Office is protecting the community. We believe we can best do that by through offender success, making sure our offenders have jobs available to them, any type of that we can meet their needs, whether it's they need substance abuse treatment right away, employment help. So that's our main goal, is to address their needs and their risks, to make sure we provide the right programming for them, so they can be a success in the community. We currently, one of the main purposes of our department is to provide pre-sentence investigation reports to the court. What that entails is sitting down with the offender, going through their background, their criminal history, the nature of the offense, what appropriate skills do they have, what's their total background, what's their education, what's their employment history. We put that all into the report to the judges and the prosecutor, and they review the report, and they'll base their sentence based on the recommendation that we provide them. Last year, we completed 530 PSI reports to the court for 2024. Some of the sanctions can be anything from obvious prison to community sanction, which is probation. While on probation, they may be referred to again like substance abuse treatment, testing, MRT programming, which is basically a cognitive behavior program. We can also refer them to residential programming within the area. There's alternative directions down over in Grand Rapids. We also use KPEP, which is in Kalamazoo and in Muskegon, as a residential program. So those are some of our options we have. If we feel a probationer needs more intensive supervision, more hands-on treatment, these are programs we can refer them to. We also, one of our jobs is to collect fees for the county and for the state. Last year, we collected 75% of all court-ordered fines and fees ordered for the year of 2024. Drug testing, as I spoke to earlier, last year the department completed 2,200 drug tests. Of these tests, 294 tested positive for primarily methamphetamine was our number one drug of choice we find in the community. Is we've been really seeing a big uptick in that, unfortunately. Community service, our probationers completed 7,780 hours of community service in 2024. Again, we supervise close to 600 offenders in the community. And like I said, we use various forms of supervision, whether it's from on tether, a GPS monitoring. We do have about 10 GPS sex offenders monitored in the community at this point right now. Right now, I'd like to open it up for any questions you may have.
Josh?
Keith, thank you for the update. Hey, housing.
Yeah.
In Grand Haven a number of years ago, I sat on a board that essentially what we did is partnered with the local Catholic church
Mhm.
to convert what was, in my Reformed church upbringing, the parsonage, into a home that was available for women who were coming out of, what do I call it, incarceration.
Mhm.
When it was discovered that the situation that they had at home was not conducive to their recovery, they needed a place to go.
Yes.
And so we made that available. How are we doing on things like that? Is there a need still in the community, or
Yeah,
is
there's
that need
still,
being met?
well, I think it's a need throughout our society is affordable housing for people. And it is a different challenge for people who are on probation or parole. We utilize, well, I know in Holland, we use Building Men for Life. That's, for people who have substance abuse conditions, we'll utilize them for housing. We also have offender success housing, which is for returning parolees if they're granted offender success status. There is some temporary housing that the department has money for to help people provide a low-income place to live temporarily. It's just temporary, and the goal is they'll get a job and then be able to afford their own housing at that point. One of the things the department also has been doing is for the parolees, there's this program called Vocational Village. And what it is people who are in prison can go to these certain prisons where they teach trades, from electrician to welder, driving truck. We've had a lot of guys come out and become truck drivers. So a lot of our offender success guys are these guys coming out who have a skilled trade, and we can put them right into a house. So they don't have to worry about their getting a rent together right away. They can through their job. And yeah, a lot of these guys come out with a job in hand too, which is nice, especially in Ottawa County. We are very popular. We have a business community that's willing to work with our people. And we definitely appreciate that. It's really, people put their money where their mouths is in Ottawa County when it comes to people who are on probation, parole, willing to take a chance on someone who made a mistake, and they paid their dues by either jail or probation or parole, and people willing to give them jobs, and that's huge. We need community buy-in to what we have, and that's very important to us, and we really appreciate. That's one thing we love about working in Ottawa County. We have that support, and so thank you, everyone.
Awesome.
Kind of going off of that,
Mhm.
if you have a workplace or a business that has interest in knowing a little bit more about employing someone who has had that history, who would you recommend that they speak with to maybe understand some, because I hear often it's
Mm.
due to insurance issues and just liability.
Mhm.
Is there any recommendations that you would have in the community that they would speak with?
They could contact me, or what I would do is have them contact our offender success specialist, Angie Sprank. She would be able to be more knowledgeable on that than I am. We have worked businesses who do, those are genuine concerns. But like I said, we have guys driving truck, and that's a lot of liability. And it's a very intensive program they go through, but it's been real successful. I think we still partner with Baker College up in by Cadillac up there, and the guys go up there and get their CDL, and we're having tremendous success with that.
I'm glad to hear that. I have a lot of conversations with different people, and it seems that there's maybe a desire for more to help, but more maybe of a concern of logistics. So I appreciate the information.
What's nice is when the business community reaches out to us, we're working together. Both of our goals is seeing this person be a successful employee, and we want a successful citizen. So a lot of times, hey, Joe's not showing up to work. He's late. His appearance has changed. They can notify the agent, and that agent can maybe go take a drug screen and make sure that he hasn't relapsed. So we love working with our community partners who own businesses, and yeah, we're there to back them. So if we don't want to send people into the jobs that are going to screw up. We want to make sure we're sending people that are on the right path. They've done the work. They've got themselves sober, some stability in their lives. And yeah, we have business community that's willing to help us. I'd be glad to talk with them, and I can refer to Angie Sprank, who we work closely with for employment purposes from the state level.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for your work.
Oh, thank you.
I know that it's hard work, and we really appreciate you guys being on the front lines of that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for bumping me up too. I appreciate that.
Okay, so now it's time for public comment. So anyone would like to address the board, you have 3 minutes. Please identify yourself and welcome.
Good morning. Jennifer Brzezowski, and I'm the director at Ottawa County Community Action Agency, or OCA. I sent an email about a week or so ago to commissioners, staff, and my advisory board. And I just wanted to read that email today, just so that the community is aware of what we're going through right now. Due to the ongoing federal shutdown, OCA is experiencing unknowns regarding funding for multiple programs. In addition, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Community Services recently experienced a permanent reduction in its workforce. However, there is pending litigation that might impact their employment. This office administers the Community Services Block Grant, or CSBG, the foundational funding source for the services OCA provides. Without staff in that office, we have no assurance that CSBG funds will reach the local agencies and communities that depend on them, including OCA. CSBG is the foundational, again, funding source for OCA, for the services OCA provides for the community. In 2024 alone, OCA served over 5,000 Ottawa County residents, providing vital services such as emergency assistance, food security programs, and home repair. This assistance stabilizes families, prevents homelessness, improves economic security, and supports pathways out of poverty. These are households that often have no other place to turn and whose well-being is directly impacted by the continuity of federal support. The programs funded through CSBG enable us to identify families in need that we then connect with other critical services provided elsewhere. We're also increasingly concerned about potential risks to the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or LAHEAP. LAHEAP prevents households afford home energy costs, particularly during winter months. In addition to the emergency utility assistance, LAHEAP funds weatherization services that make homes safer, more energy efficient, and more affordable to maintain. These supports are vital, especially vital for seniors, individuals with disabilities, and young children. The loss or disruption of CSBG and LAHEAP funding would have an immediate and severe impact on thousands of Ottawa County residents each year. Without these programs, OCA's ability to deliver essential services would be significantly compromised. I'm reaching out to you, our local leaders, to ask for your support. We respectfully request that you contact our congressional delegation this week and urge the preservation of CSBG and LAHEAP funding. Your action will send a powerful message about the importance and local impact of these programs in Ottawa County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Craig Schultz. I live in Robinson Township. Thank you for your continued service as commissioners, especially through these past few years as we've been learning more about what it truly means to serve a community. Transparency, and humility both require courage. The courage to let light in so that trust can grow. Public service requires humility, the willingness to reflect on how our decisions affect others, to seek wise counsel, to act not for the narrow interest of a few, but for what is best for the whole county in the long run. I want to thank the board specifically for maintaining transparency through the video recordings of these meetings and for making them part of the public record. This allows both citizens and leaders to witness how government decisions take shape in real lives, our lives in Ottawa County. When we have the humility to review our actions honestly, to gain the opportunity to learn and do better, I encourage each commissioner to continue listening patiently, to hear and feel what one another is saying, so that together we may continue to learn and grow. The board's own Rule 3.3 reminds us that each commissioner's highest duty is to uphold the U.S. and Michigan constitutions, to serve all the people of Ottawa County collectively, not just a few, and to honor your fiduciary duty to this county. Thank you for your service and for the example you set through transparency, reflection, and humility.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Dan Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. Integrity, the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Deception, the act of causing someone to accept as true or valid what is false or invalid. Code of ethics is a set of principles and guidelines that help organizations and individuals navigate moral and ethical decisions. It outlines the valued standards and expectations that guide behavior and decision-making within an organization, ensuring integrity, fairness, and accountability. Ottawa County has a written policy and procedure for filing alleged ethics violations. However, the 75% rule within the Ottawa County Code of Ethics violation complaint procedure is an embodiment of the saying, "The fox guarding the hen house," which I articulated within my formal complaint filed on Friday, October 24 of this year. It was emailed to all 11 of you. First email with typo was sent at 10:59. The second email with noted correction was sent at 11:10. The events leading up to and on December 10, 2024 will be a test of belief system and reveal those beliefs as a result of reactive or decisive actions taken. A dilemma where inaction is a passive endorsement, establishing an environment devoid of consequences. Here we are at a moment of inflection. The community of Ottawa County and the County Board of Commissioners alike are at an inflection point, a litmus test that will yield the tolerance level of conduct past, present, and future. What is the standard of good governance? What is acceptable or unacceptable conduct? Will the definition of wrongdoing be based on the legal definition of fraud? Will wrongdoing be based on an innate sense of right and wrong, acceptable or unacceptable actions? Here we are. Where do we go from here? Who has standing to investigate and be finder of fact? Ottawa County residents have a right to know matters are being taken seriously. Transparency needs to establish a clear and convincing condemnation and timeline demarcation of what occurred.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer.
Sheila Detloff, Holland Township. A couple things. First, we learned that in December of 2024, Joe Moss claimed that Jordan Epperson suffered horrible reputational damage by someone pointing out that he wasn't qualified for the job he was awarded. Joe tried to claim a master's degree was not required and therefore Jordan should get a six-figure payout. So I decided to use the information provided in Joe Moss's own board packets to see if Jordan met the job requirements. Here's what I found. In the job description that was included in the packet for the March 14th, 2023 board meeting, there are a number of skills listed under required knowledge and skills. Here are a few. A finance background from such experiences as venture capital, social investing, mergers and acquisitions are similar. Did Jordan have that? No. Did he have international experience at the nonprofit level? No. Did he have prior experience serving on a major board? No. 3 required skills that he did not have. Now, on the other hand, under required education, training, and experience, it says master's in business administration is strongly preferred. But it also says undergraduate major or minor in an analytical or engineering discipline is strongly preferred. Not that an undergraduate degree is required. In fact, it doesn't even say that a high school diploma is required. But I don't think any of us believe that the candidate for this job would be a high school dropout with venture capital and international nonprofit experience. In any case, we don't even need to get into that detail to know that Joe Moss spun a false tale of woe about Jordan's job prospects in order to extort more than $100,000 from Ottawa County taxpayers to give to someone that Joe himself would define as a DEI hire. And I think the Nate Wolf documents would help us all understand the full extent of his deception. Second, I want to talk about the pending funding crisis for the Community Action Agency. I'm not going to get into details on that because I know you already know about the grants and staffing issues that are leading up to the crisis. I am asking you to take steps to express to our representatives in the US Senate and House the urgent need to preserve this funding for the 5,000 residents of Ottawa County who use the CAA's services. If you can request intervention at the federal level to keep a coal plant open, surely you can do that much to help ensure that our Ottawa County neighbors stay warm, fed, and with a roof over their heads this winter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Nancy Cochran. I live in Georgetown Township, District 6. I work in the IDD and a senior community in this county. And this winter and all the shenanigans that are affecting our funding to support these people when they do need, it astounds me. And I'm just asking you to make sure that you follow through with your promises to reach out to our congressional and Senate representatives, because it's going to get cold this winter. I mean, people are already exposed. In my IDD community, those people live on margins. And so do some of my seniors who also are supported by Jason Schenkel's department. It's important that we take care of our people. I just kind of feel sad because the federal government has put this on your shoulders. So we actually need a grand effort of grassroots people between our community and the Board of Commissioners to reach out to our federal representatives to not forget about that we're the ones that are going to have to clean up this mess. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Barbara Lee from the City of Grand Haven and the Momentum Center. First, I am pleased to announce that the Friendship Bench pilot is now officially underway. This initiative was made possible through the support of the Michigan Health Endowment Fund and the Tri-Cities Women Who Care, and is designed to reduce loneliness and promote mental well-being by fostering simple, meaningful human connection. The pilot will transform familiar spaces into intentional places for conversation and support. These sites will be identified as Friendship Bench locations where trained volunteers known as bench buddies, will be available to listen, talk, and connect individuals to the resources that they need. I'm also happy to share that we've hired Kate Maver as our Friendship Bench coordinator, who will oversee development and coordination of the pilot, including site identification, volunteer recruitment and training, and evaluation to measure outcomes and impact. The pilot will serve the Tri-Cities community specifically through the initial phase, with the goal of expanding throughout Ottawa County once we've demonstrated its effectiveness. Kate can be reached at the Momentum Center to learn more. The Friendship Bench was originated in Zimbabwe, and I think it's worth noting that we will be the 4th location in the United States to launch this very evidence-based worldwide program. I also want to acknowledge the important issue affecting so many of the people we serve, the ending of SNAP benefits, November 1st. This will increase hardships for individuals and families already facing food insecurity, including a majority of our members. The Momentum Center has long provided access to food, and we will continue to do so while making sure every member knows about those opportunities. For instance, we have regular member lunches throughout the lunch, and every week in both locations, Grand Haven and Holland, we offer baking and cooking classes where members prepare food together, learn new skills, and enjoy eating something nutritious. So that meal will be available at least once a week. We also in Grand Haven have a free dinner and movie night once a month, the second Friday. In November, we're showing The Lady in the Van in recognition of Homelessness Awareness Month. So that's available for a free meal for anybody coming up next, this Friday. Is that this Friday? No, Friday, the second Friday of November. Finally, with increased need expected, we invite community members to help keep our Grand Haven micro pantry stocked. Every contribution helps ensure that no one in the community goes hungry. Food, friendship, and belonging are essential to well-being, and together we can ensure all three are met for everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Becky Patrick, Allendale. I'm here this morning to ask and encourage you to consider the resolution I sent you last week, expressing support for funding of the Community Action Agency and asking Congress to fund it. I'm also here to ask you to consider how, as local leaders, you will strategically use your voices and influence to continue to advocate for Ottawa County residents in terms of funding the funding that the county receives from the federal and state governments. With respect to Community Action Agency, we know that they will be unable to continue their work of keeping people warm, housed, and fed if Congress doesn't change its plans and include the CSBG and LIHEAP funding. We also know that it's far cheaper to prevent people from becoming unhoused and ill and cold and hungry than it is to try to correct those situations once they occur. For that reason, if no other, I ask that you consider using your collective influence, as you did when you asked the state to fully fund CMH, and consider the resolution that I sent to you. I think we all realize there are likely to be a growing number of situations like this going forward, where your influence, advocacy, and leadership will be needed and valuable. Because these federal funding choices are exactly that, they're choices. And I believe that you can make a difference. So I ask you to please begin considering how you might systematically and proactively lead to protect the interests of Ottawa County residents who need your help. And I have some ideas if you're interested. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else here. Regina, is anyone online? Okay.
Three online. The first on this list is Joseph McCarter. Joseph, if you would unmute yourself, state your name and jurisdiction. You have 3 minutes.
Joseph Cornell McCarter, Georgetown Township, volunteer leader of the Save the Campbell effort. I would request the county board consider these facts. First, 6 township boards spread out across Ottawa County have already passed the second round of Save the Campbell resolutions, and we are getting positive indications others may join. These resolutions pursue an exploratory committee for a locally controlled electric cooperative seeking the assistance of the Trump administration, which has already helped us in delaying the closure of the Campbell. Zeeland attained local control of its electric from Consumers Energy almost a century ago, facilitated by the FDR administration. I am sure it does not regret its decision, as its pricing is almost half that of Consumers Energy, and Consumers Energy is now requesting the largest price hike in decades, irrespective of the Campbell. In service and pricing, Ottawa County's locally controlled electric utilities compare favorably to Consumers Energy. It is not just 3 cities in the county which have it, but also a swath of Ottawa County using Great Lakes Energy Cooperative. Michigan's PA 233 law makes this all the more urgent. That law takes away local zoning control of corporate electric projects, like the lithium-ion battery plant planned in Blendon Township, against the wishes of its citizens. It will be getting lots of its revenue and grid access through Consumers Energy, so a locally controlled electric cooperative is a means to get back local control. Fourth, obviously the net zero agenda being aggressively pursued by Consumers Energy far beyond what Michigan law requires is another factor. Their desire to demolish the Campbell in 2025, despite significant current challenges to keep up with the electric demand, is only one example. Fifth, it is also urgent now because of the huge pressures on our electric grid from AI data centers, which not only affect county electric, but also water resources. We need local control of our electric to better ensure that local residential interests come before faraway globalist corporate interests. This is something where citizens across the political spectrum in our county should be agreed. So my request to this board is that your next standing committee meeting, you place on the agenda to discuss a resolution which would allow representatives of the county board to sit at the table of the exploratory committee for a locally controlled electric cooperative. It is really a matter of due diligence responsibility for the county board to be involved in this information gathering process that has a huge impact on Ottawa County. This is too big an issue for the county board to sit on the sidelines and not be involved, especially given all the township boards that are expressing interest in it and involvement with it. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this request.
Thank you.
The next comment is from Gail Roloffs. Gail, if you could unmute yourself, state your name and jurisdiction. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Gail Roloffs from Allendale. Today I'm speaking out on the lack of respect that Commissioners Bruger and Dritsema showed Commissioner Moss at the September 23, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting. As Commissioner Rohde stated, the closed session video or minutes are not and were not public knowledge as of September 23 date. In fact, they were only available to those people who were present at the December 10, 2024 meeting. Commissioners Bruger and Juritsema were not on the Board of Commission at this time. So who gave these commissioners access to these closed session meeting minutes before it was released by the authority of the judge? Also, Commissioner Bunema's responses and jumping to conclusions were inexcusable and childish in the closed meeting minutes. I can remember back when Commissioner Rohde first brought forth information on improving and expanding our Veterans Affairs Department, and Commissioner Bunema was so upset at even thinking about expanding this department. Now, after over a year of this expansion, Commissioner Bunema can't praise the work of the Veterans Department enough. The lack of respect that these commissioners have shown is totally out of line and very unprofessional. I want to comment on Commissioner Zelstra's post on Facebook regarding the release of confidential documents drafted by Nate Wolf, since there is no formal complaint or investigation going on. I appreciate Commissioner Zelstra's honest views on not supporting the release of these documents. Commissioners are elected to represent we the people, not just the loud and whiny people, but all the people that think through these situations with an open mind. Put the shoe on the other foot, and if the roles were reversed and the conservative people were accused were accusing the more liberal people of this same situation, the liberal people would be screaming, "No, don't release these documents." You can't have 300,000 people weighing in on this decision. This is the job of each of you as commissioners. Regarding another Facebook post that Commissioner Buttema made about transparency on the Adeline Hambly case and closed session meeting minutes, this is totally out of line. Closed session meeting minutes or videos are only to be kept for 1 year and 1 day after the meeting. And these minutes are not to be discussed by anyone that was in this meeting. So how and who leaked this information to the Holland Sentinel and other local media outlets? If anything needs to be done, the leakers must answer for their actions. Also, if these closed session meetings are still in county possession, our county is in violation of state law. Please check into this. Thank you for your time and attention to this issue.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment.
The next public comment is Linda King. Linda, if you would unmute yourself, state your name and jurisdiction, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Linda King, and I vote in Talmadge Charter Township. Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak to a few procedural matters. First, I would ask that this body consider returning to bi-monthly meetings. It has been 322 days since December 10th, 2024. That's enough. Depending on the outcome of today's meeting, it will be Thanksgiving before taxpayers receive more of the answers they deserve. In addition, given the growing uncertainty facing many area residents, it is vital that the board stay current and engaged with what is happening in Washington, Lansing, and most importantly, our communities. Second, in the spirit of transparency, I ask that the board restore both closed captioning and public comment to all county meeting videos on YouTube. Finally, I respectfully request that the board move agenda item 12B ahead of item 8. In light of this board's continued commitment to transparency, I believe it would serve the public well for commissioners' comment time to come before discussions related to multiple outstanding lawsuits. That change would allow commissioners the opportunity to clarify, walk back, or even apologize to their colleagues, to current and former staff, and to county residents for any actions or misrepresentations that already have or hopefully will become part of the public record before the truth reveals itself and before it can be turned into raw political meat and spun on social media. Those words will tell us a great deal about character and about whether transparency still means truth or just carefully managed storytelling. I was raised to believe that faith and truth walk together, that the measure of one depends entirely on the other. At some point, doing the right thing stops being a talking point and becomes a test. I hope that today, in this chamber, a few people finally have the common decency to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Justin?
All the online public comments we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I don't see any other public comments, so we'll move on. I need an approval for a motion to approve the agenda, please.
So moved.
Support. Any comment about the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure where this goes, but I would like to insert a resolution for the board to consider.
You want to amend the agenda?
Yes, please.
I'll second that.
So what, it'll be about, what's the amendment of the agenda for?
May I read it? In essence, it's just to encourage our federal representatives to support funding sources for the Ottawa County area agency.
So that's the resolution you want to bring onto the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, we need a vote on that to amend the agenda. Any other comments about this first? Allison?
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, there seems to have been quite a big to-do made before about adding things to the agenda from our chair, and I guess I'm wondering what the difference is right now.
So I think it's very clear how I stand against amending agendas at the last minute. I've been clear about that. I don't think it's fair to the public to see things happen at the last minute, and I don't think it's fair to the chair, except in extraordinary circumstances. I do look at this issue with Community Action Agency as a time-sensitive matter, that if we don't address it, we're moving into the winter. And so I thought it was appropriate, and it came to my attention the last couple of days. So it's the timing of the matter, and the urgency of the situation, and I thought, okay, this is one that needs to come to the board to consider because of the timing situation. That's how I look at it, and that's why I will be supporting this.
So last time, with all due respect, the issue that I brought before was a time-sensitive manner as well, and you encouraged the board to turn it down, and the board did turn it down due to your recommendation.
Right. The reason, so I've been consistent on this for 10 months. As far as my recollection, I've only said no to one commissioner who asked for something on the agenda because because I'm trying to avoid political dialogue from this discussion. But if someone came to me timely so that I could respond to it and get it on, that'd be one, I've never denied anybody to my knowledge. So Commissioner, with all due respect, and I don't remember all the details, but I remember enough. I don't remember you ever coming to me in advance until the meeting itself to ask for a discussion item. When this was posted on a Friday, we don't hear about it till Tuesday. There was plenty of time. This is a unique situation here. This is why this is different. This has just come up in the last couple of days. And so that's what makes this different. And it's consistent with how I've tried to handle things over the last 10 months.
I think the record speaks for itself. I think we've all been observing what actually happens. So I appreciate Commissioner Minema bringing this point forward.
Okay, so it's a motion to amend the agenda to add this resolution discussion for a community action agency. Justin?
Sir, Mr. Moss.
Yes. Should we have a reading of the resolution?
When we get to the resolution, we'll get it. Yeah.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mrs. Miedema.
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma.
Yes.
Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
And Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so let's move that item to action item 8A. Anything else on the agenda before we vote? Allison?
Not till consent. Nope.
Okay, all in favor of the agenda? Do we need a roll call on this one? I don't think we do.
believe so,
All in
sir.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, now we're at the consent resolutions. I need a motion to approve the consent resolution.
Support.
Okay, discussion.
Mr. Chair, I would like to pull items B through G.
You want to include G in that?
I do.
Can you repeat that? Wow.
Yep, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
You want to move it or just pull it? You want to move it into as an action item, right?
Yes, when you pull something from consent, it goes automatically to action.
Okay, so let's move the substance abuse policy, which is C, the animal policy, the appointment policy, the risk policy, and the land bank bylaw, those things. Let's move them to 8. B, C, D, E, F, and G. And then we'll move everything else down the list.
Just to clarify that B is included in that. I didn't hear that.
B as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Execution.
post-execution, we move that one?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll move those after the, from B onward, and then we'll pick up from there. Okay.
Where is that going again?
Where do we move? Where'd you
We're
move,
gonna
John?
move, we're gonna move items 7, B, C, D, E, F, and G out of consent. Move them to action items, starting with 8B. And then we'll, okay, that makes sense? Okay, okay. All right, all in favor of the consent
I think
resolution.
we need a roll call on the consent items that include financial aid. For this. Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra. Yes. Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Georgezma,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
and Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
This motion passes.
Okay, so now we're on the action items. Action item A is Jim's resolution or motion. Jim, want to explain it?
Sure. Could we get a motion first, please?
So moved
What's
Yeah.
the motion?
to pass Jim's resolution.
Jim, you want to bring a motion on your resolution?
Yes, please. I'd like
A
to
second.
move a resolution. Would this be a time to read it?
Sure.
Whereas the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners is the elected governing body of Ottawa County, Michigan, and is responsible for providing statutory authorized services for health, safety, and welfare of its residents. And whereas Ottawa County, through its Community Action Agency, serves residents who need utility and home weatherization assistance in order to stay warm and remain housed during the winter, as well as residents who need emergency food assistance to avoid hunger. Whereas these services are possible by federal funding, including funding from the Community Services Block Grants and the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, and there is no state statutory authorized funding alternative. Whereas both the federal CSBG and LAHEAP, I think it's been referred to, funds are proposed for elimination in the federal fiscal year 2026 budget. Whereas during the calendar year 2024, the Ottawa County Community Action Agency assisted approximately 5,000 Ottawa County residents with these types of critical housing and food needs. And whereas given increases in housing and food costs, the loss of federal CSBG and LAHEAP funds likely will threaten the physical shelter, safety, and food security of more than 5,000 Ottawa County residents. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the Ottawa County Board of Commissioners hereby request that the United States Congress, and specifically our U.S. Senators Gary Peters and Alyssa Slotkin, and our U.S. Representatives Bill Huizenga, John Molinar, and Hillary Skolton, vote to restore the staffing and funding for the CSBG and LAHEAP as soon as practicable. Be it resolved that, further resolved that certified copies of this resolution will be sent to the President of the United States, Senate, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, U.S. Senators Gary Peters and Alyssa Slotkin, and our Representatives Bill Huizenga, John Molinar, and Hillary Skolton.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion.
I would just add, not only is there a seasonal component to the urgency of addressing it at this time, but the fact that we still don't have a federal budget 20-some days into the new fiscal year, that this all is a very fluid situation.
Mr. Chair,
Allison?
may I speak? First of all, I think that every commissioner at this table cares for the health, safety, and welfare of its residents. And I am thankful for Jennifer in bringing it to our attention via email. I myself have more questions before passing this resolution, how it's currently worded. I would like to see some emails or something from our federal government as it relates to some of the reasons why they're going through some of the processes of looking at this. I also would like to come around Jennifer as a team and see what we can do practically speaking, besides a resolution of seeing kind of like when we stood in the gap to help Jason Schenkel with some veterans needs, other things that are coming to our immediate attention. I guess I would love to task even Patrick of diving in a little bit to understanding a little bit further of our needs here right in Ottawa County. I think I had brought up maybe a month or so ago, potentially even using our strategic impact department of doing a little bit more of a study, perhaps not right now while it's this immediate need, but to better understand our needs here in the county and our role with Community Action Agency, as well as utilizing other partners that we work with. Anyway, I don't feel comfortable of just voting to support it how it's currently written, but I do think that we should be addressing whatever needs are coming up in the colder months that our residents are going to be facing.
Yeah. I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Miedema. I think that we do need to look at the situation and acknowledge its necessary services that it's providing a lot of our constituents. To me, this organization personifies and exemplifies the old adage, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You know, it is getting ahead of the problem before it becomes much bigger and much more costly, both in human capital and in actual financial capital. So there's a lot of value there, and we may very well need to step in and be the safety net because of the situation that we find ourselves in with the federal government. So I do support this. I think we can do both of those things. I think we can support this, and we can also start working with administration to identify what we can do to be that safety net for this organization while we figure this out.
Joe?
I'd echo administration may be a good route to look at this and see what kind of practical support or other changes need to be made. I guess I'll try to address Commissioner Miedema's one of her questions as to why is this happening? I was not aware of the details of why this is happening. So this morning, after I read this, I just opened Google and put CSBG cut into Google. The first link is called Cuts to Woke Programs on whitehouse.gov. And it specifically references the block grant has been targeted by the Trump administration for elimination in this upcoming budget. They specifically reference that the block grant itself, which is used widely across the country, I believe, has been funding things like bringing focus groups to promote DEI and clean energy and environmental justice initiatives. The Trump administration has specifically stated that they do not want to see these projects continue. So it looks like there's kind of a why behind the actions they're taking. Now, if we can get specific with the wording, the administration is referencing California and Wisconsin. So I'm sure there's lots of agencies that use these block grants all over the country, or this block grant. So I personally am not willing to vote against the Trump administration cutting these funds. I think if they've identified a problem, they need to work on solutions. If they're going to cut this, ideally they're going to reallocate or relook at other ways to continue working on these issues. I know they are, but that this particular one they don't support. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I wanted to answer your question, Commissioner Miedema.
I've got a proposal. Josh, go ahead.
Well, sure, just jump in a minute. I appreciate the comments that have been made and the concern that AI presents. I think for us, I have to bring this down to the local level in Ottawa County, and what we're using this for is health, safety, and welfare of residents when it comes to housing, energy, and so forth. And so for me, if we can advocate on behalf of our citizens for the funds to assist with that, then I'm going to do everything I can to do that. So I have no problem voting for this. I'll be supporting this. Given as Jim said, the federal government not having a budget, just a personal anecdotal side of things. I have, my wife and I own a small apartment, and we have a Coast Guard service person who lives in that apartment. And they notified us that they're going to have some trouble paying their rent. because funds are being withdrawn. And we're fortunate we can handle that and work through it. But not everybody can. And so if we can help others who can't, I'm all for it. So I will be voting in support of this. Thanks.
I have a couple thoughts.
Sylvia?
Thank you, Commissioner Moss, for reading what you read, which actually came not from AI, but from the White House itself. So I also have been looking into this since we received this morning. And I'm finding that HHS has fired all staff from LIHEAP. And it appears that some of these changes are actually in regards to wanting to restructure these agencies. And so, you know, there appears to be significant restructuring going on within HHS, which honestly is very, very much needed. And the administration has instructed the different agencies to put together a reorganization plan. So I'm certainly not going to vote for something that goes against, you know, their strategic planning right now to restructure HHS and how those things are being done. Like Commissioner Miedema said, you know, we all care greatly about these needs in our community. So I have a couple thoughts. One is, you know, when there are needs, not everything falls to being a responsibility of the federal government. So, you know, we can continue to advocate that they will help. But also, a lot of the things that government does is actually not government's responsibility. It can be the responsibility of community and community members to take care of each other. And so this is a time for our nonprofits and our churches to step in and help people. So I think that's important to state, but also we as a county actually are very blessed with our funding. And I remember a meeting within the last couple of months where, you know, Karen actually told us we have a huge surplus. I don't know, it's like $10 million or it was quite substantial due to how we have changed what we do with excess funding at the end of every fiscal year. We have a county policy that we're only supposed to, this is going off the top of my head, have something like 20% in that fund, and we are well over it. So we actually were looking for or needing to do something with $10 to $13 million. So if we have a shortfall in a program like this, while the federal government is going through some reorganization and figuring some things out, we actually as a county have the funding to step in and to support those needs. If we want to stand in that gap over the next year where while things are restructured, this is something the county actually has the resources to do. So we as a county can do it. You know, we as a community can also and should be looking into how do we help each other. If we want to do something with this resolution, I would make a motion that we would change this resolution because I won't vote to go against a higher level of strategy that's going on within the Trump administration. But I would vote because I do care about the physical shelter, the safety and the food security of our people. And so I would move that we would change the wording of this to the second to the last paragraph where it names our representatives, and then I'm going to read what it says right now, and then I'll give you a change. Right now it says vote to restore the staffing and funding for the CSBG and LHEAP, I'm not sure how we say that, as soon as practicable. And I would change it to state this: vote to provide funding for physical shelter, safety, and food security as soon as practicable. So we're asking the federal government to take a look at helping in these areas, but we're not prescribing to them exactly how they must do it.
Can you repeat that, to provide funding for?
So I went to the paragraph above where we outline the needs.
Right.
So to provide funding for physical shelter, safety, and food security as soon as practicable.
If you think you could,
Motion.
yeah, she did. I'll support it, but I think you should add in line with, you know, their strategic plan.
I will take that amendment, that friendly amendment. So as soon as practicable in line with their strategic plan.
I would support that.
In line with
Whose strategic plan? Sorry.
Administration's strategic plan.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I'm getting it. To provide funding for physical shelter, safety and food, what?
Food security.
Security, that's the word. So, all right. Sylvia had a motion. Joe supported it.
And
Uh,
added.
And added in line with their strategic plan. All right.
Administration's strategic plan.
Let me comment if you don't mind. Sylvia and I, Joe, actually, I think we're in line. So first of all, I don't know about the community service block grant or the home energy assistance program that has been cut. I'm not, and there's probably a lot more to that in the details of either one of those programs that I'm not comfortable with because I just don't know. But like all of you have said, we'd certainly want to protect our citizens from the winter that's coming along. The second whereas clause of this resolution sets forth the purpose of what this resolution is supposedly set forth. It serves residents who need utility and home weatherization assistance in order to stay warm and remain housed during the winter, as well as residents who need emergency food assistance to avoid hunger. All right, so that sets forth the purpose. What I was going to propose is right in line with where Sylvia was to a point, the same point, but to say that we're asking our representatives on a national level to vote to restore staffing and funding for the purposes set forth in that paragraph, for the specific funding purposes set forth in that paragraph 2, which is the same as Sylvia just said, physical shelter, safety, and food security. Then we're not in eliminating the reference to those 2 grant programs. Just we're asking our congressman of sorts to look at the funding for physical shelter, safety, and food, but not reference any of the federal programs.
Would a way, I know we have a motion, so sorry to continue this, but would a way to do that be to remove the third and fourth whereas? Because that's the one that mentions those programs. I do think that's a good idea.
I think it's okay to mention that that's how it's currently funded now, just even for context.
It's context is all it is. I agree with you.
I'm completely fine, to be honest, with either of those 2. I think sending an 11-0 resolution on this important program is really good. So if that's what it takes, I don't have any issue with Sylvia's amendment. John's is good too. I don't think we need to dictate to the federal government how they provide funding. In our sphere of influence, we get that grant and we use it for a good purpose, for a good program. And if they want to change the terms of that grant, if we can still use it for that good purpose and that good program, I'm fine with it. So it doesn't make a difference to me.
And in all reality too, they have fired staff. They have dissolved, part of this, and they're not going to stand it back up again. So, we just need them to find another way to do this.
Yeah, let's just eliminate the reference to those programs and just say, look, we want you to know we need public funding or provide funding for physical structure, safety, and food security, period. We got people here that have critical needs. Don't forget them in your reorganization of whatever you're doing. I think that's a resolution that certainly we could support. Maybe Allison.
I'm in agreement with a lot here. However, we are also not the experts of our county community action agency, and so if it would be okay with our chair, I would like to see if there's anything else we haven't thought of, because this was put on our agenda today. I don't want to be rash in what we pass, and there I'm just wondering if we want to at least just hear a little bit from Jennifer.
Yeah, she's asking to come up.
She
Actually.
here?
Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. The reason those two grants are mentioned is CSBG is the foundational grant for community action agencies. It is possible we may not exist without it. So with CSBG, there's a lot of laws, legislation, and things that statutes that we have to follow. And part of that is doing a community needs assessment. And through that community needs assessment that we do with United Way is how we identify what the needs are in the community. So my fear, respectfully, I just want to state that just saying the shelter, or I don't recall the wording, I apologize. I don't know that that's going to be what moves this. Eliminating CSBG could shutter community action agencies throughout the United States. So of course, we're focused locally, right? But it could be detrimental nationally. So I do fear removing those two grants and the impact that it might have, because there's no direct actionable item for legislation. So I just felt like it was important to note that if it's amended, it may not have the same effect as if you were to add those two grants.
I get it, but Joe?
It sort of sounds, and I'm not familiar with these details, but it sort of sounds like at least part of this is being mothballed, that it's going to be done and maybe reorganized. So
Yeah, and even just hearing you speak that, I could see them wanting to redo how they're doing community needs assessments, and that might be part of this. And so I do think there's going to be restructuring and finding new ways of doing things that are needed, but that might be intentional. So
John,
Who, Jim?
just a couple thoughts I'd like to throw in here. The effect of removal of these two grant programs may have unintended consequences of what proponents of those cuts have in mind. I don't fault any government agency for wanting to restructure or find efficiency, remove duplication of services, that sort of thing. But I don't believe it's responsible to restructure in the middle of a fiscal year. If they want to set this up and do it as a plan for next year, I think that's more appropriate. We're being put in a position to, how do we respond to basic needs for people in our community? Once our fiscal year started we're already in our 26th fiscal year. I think it's a very difficult situation for us to be in, and I think the purpose of this resolution is simply to urge our federal representatives to understand that this is an important issue. And what I could live with some tweaks to the language of the resolution if that gets us to an 11-0 consensus agreement here. But I think if you want something from the government, you need to ask for it.
I hear you, but some of it's already been shut down, and I don't think you're going to get it back. So I think we're going to have to look at a new way of doing it. Jennifer, what is your funding shortfall? If we are just looking at funding, what is your shortfall?
For those two grants specifically, it's upwards of over $500,000.
Okay. It might be helpful for our board if you can send us that information.
Okay, I could do that.
I think that, I'm sorry, Josh?
Yeah, I'd say I'm in favor of us looking at a way to locally help. Absolutely. I'm also in favor of sending this up the chain to Washington. And where, again, the amendment as presented, you had me until we added the Trump administration's strategic plan on it. And I think Jim, for me, articulated it well, is that this is I don't know what the strategic plan is, because this is a very drastic cut mid-budget cycle that has thrown things into a wrench. And for me, when we include Trump administration, I can't help but tie it to that and to the approach that's been taken, which I disagree with. Agree that changes need to be made, but the way to do it, my opinion, is not the way that the Trump administration has been going about it. So I would absolutely be willing to support this. I just wonder if there's a willingness to drop the in accordance with the Trump administration, because I believe that Congress needs to act on this, and I don't want to get it tied up into the president's approach, which is, you know, embraced by some, but not all.
What about if we change it to Federal Health and Human Services Strategic Plan?
Federal administration.
Federal administration.
Yeah.
Because
Federal, yeah.
any administration, whether it's Republican or Democrat, should be doing this.
Right.
That would be great. Something like that. Federal administration would be great.
I missed it. Can you fill me in?
So, so we would just, I would be amending the wording to the Federal Administration's Strategic Plan.
May I
Right.
ask if it would include the two
Oh.
grants?
Sorry, let me go back to that, my thoughts on that.
Thank you.
For me, I'm okay not including those, but because I do think that it's gonna be something new. I do believe, though, that in all of the whereases, we hit CBG funding, we hit LAHEAP. And so it highlights that there is a tie-in. And even further, for the Community Action Agency locally, the second whereas identifies the Community Action Agency as a strategic partner in that. And so when I read this, if I were reading this as a legislature, I'm going to look at this and go, wow, we need to figure out a way to support community action agencies if we're going to be cutting these funds. And so I see a tie-in on those ones for me. At least enough that if we get an 11-0 vote, I think that's worth the compromise.
I think it helps them to see, okay, what happened, you know, where were the cuts made? So we know what kind of funding was used, and then how do we restore what needs to be restored?
Yep. And then we'll look locally for ways to assist.
So Sylvia, can you restate your entire motion as?
Sure.
You need to hear
Hopefully I got it still.
about Joe's? No. shit.
Vote
Okay.
to provide funding for physical shelter, safety, and food security in line with the federal administration's strategic plan. Got it?
Joe, are you okay with?
Yeah,
withdrawing
yeah,
your-
I'm-
that's
yeah,
okay with
yeah,
me.
Yep.
Withdrawing your
Yeah.
motion?
Yes.
Doug has a comment.
Doug?
So the third and fourth paragraph, are those being taken out as well, or no?
No,
Oh,
no.
we're keeping them.
That was to provide some background, I believe.
So I guess at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure what the point of the resolution now is.
It's to encourage them to find a way to fund the things that are now missing because of these.
Grants being cut.
But what we're
Grant.
basically saying is, we agree with what you're doing. Take care of health, safety, and welfare as you want to. That's basically what we're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What-
Okay,
yeah,
I just want to be
we're-
clear.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to be clear what we're doing. We're saying Trump administration, whatever your plans are for health, safety, and welfare, you guys go ahead and do that.
That's not
We
what
want
we're
you to do
saying.
that.
No,
All right, but you just said it was the case, right?
If you can let me actually speak, I will tell you what I'm thinking. No, what we're saying is that these cuts have been made. We're seeing some gaps on a local level in these areas. We would like you to make sure that these needs are being met.
We don't have a budget yet.
It's,
They don't have a budget yet, so those cuts have not been made yet.
well, some of them have, like, some of these people have literally been fired already. So some of them have already happened.
There is not a federal budget for.
Yeah, I
26.
get that. So what we're telling them, Commissioner Zaustra, is please figure this out.
According to
telling
how we
them-
See fit.
We're not telling them
We're not
how to
telling them
figure
how
it
we
out.
see fit, or we're not telling them, not prescribing any action. We're saying, please fix it as you see fit.
Right.
Which is, again, what's the point of the resolution?
We are expressing the need. We are saying here as local county commissioners, we're seeing a need with our people. We want to advocate for our people. Please meet this need.
As you see fit, which they're gonna do anyway. Because they're gonna do what they want to do.
You know what? Sometimes it's really good. I agree with the fact that sometimes it's really good to highlight a need that we're seeing. Because, okay, so when Doge went through and made a lot of cuts, one thing that Elon Musk said was mistakes will be made. We'll act as quickly as possible to fix them. So anytime that you're doing things, major restructuring, you're not going to get everything right. You're going to miss some things. You're going to have to go back and you're going to have to fix things, change things. So if there's a gap here, it's worth saying, like, I agree with sending this resolution. It's worth saying, we have a need here. Please help us.
And Doug, I recognize your concerns, which is why I was very particular about the Trump administration's approach, which I don't agree with, and why opening it up to the federal government, because that's all three, well, two chambers, House, Congress, and the White House. And they together have to come up with a solution, which I'm very much in favor of. I also would note that what we are not saying in this resolution anywhere in here is do not fund CSBG and LEHEAP this year. We're leaving it open. We're asking them to restore funding. If Congress, the federal government, decides to temporarily restore it, great. If they decide to proceed in a different direction, great. But we're not dictating how they go about doing it.
And we don't know all of the reasons for why they cut it. Like we're not experts in the federal government, so we don't know all the whys.
I think what Commissioner Jorsma said is likely accurate, that they're going to be looking at making changes to how they're actually executing the program. Probably going to change the program, put some new guidelines on it. It's outlined right on the White House, website, that they're going to cut these things because they don't agree with them. And so I don't know if we're going to see it come back. I don't know if CSBG will come back in its same form. Maybe it will, but at least in the short term, maybe we can find a way to handle the next few months or something while they're working out their restructure or whatever, or the new terms.
Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, when we were in DC last February and March, I guess, we heard a lot from our congressmen and brought this to their attention. Doge was very busy during that time. And we asked, what is the grand strategy? What is the long range picture here? And the way that it was characterized to me over dinner was their desire is to basically restructure the whole thing, maybe cut too far, make some mistakes, but then based on the feedback of what they receive, rebuild that back in a more proper way. But they need the feedback. So this is our opportunity to give feedback, to say, hey, look, we understand what you're trying to do here, but we see this as valuable. So please hear our voices and bring this back into your budget. So I think it's important that we express our voice so they hear that feedback.
And if I could just respectfully add that if those two grants aren't named to be reinstated, we may close. I hate to be, dramatic in any way, shape, or form, but CSBG, again, is the foundation of our agency. It's why we do what we do. It's how we do what we do. And there are grave concerns across the Community Action Network that if this grant goes away, that community action pieces of it may go away. And I will say for our agency specifically, we would not be able to continue without it. So I just want to kindly advocate that those grants are named because I think with the restructure, it could cause us to potentially go away.
So Jennifer, from my perspective, what you're talking about are possibilities. What the board's being asked to do today is an urgent need, housing, food, utilities. That's something we can at least send our attention to. The other broader issues that affect everything you do, God bless you guys, goes beyond what we were able to do here in a 15-minute meeting. Because there's so many different layers of what this is all involved, right? This is something that we can do now, at least send our attention, bring this to the government's attention. So, Sylvia, can you ask, after the word on your motion, after the word food service,
Yeah.
finish the rest of the clause for me, please?
Oh, yep. It was actually food security.
Security.
So it's provide funding for physical shelter, safety, and food security as soon as practicable in line with the federal administration strategic plan.
Okay.
That's what you got too?
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's an amendment to the resolution, as Sylvia just mentioned. Do you understand it, Justin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's vote on her amendment to the resolution first. All, no, we don't, yeah, it's a resolution. We need a, let's
Do a roll call.
Resolution.
final resolution, we need a roll call. Let me just ask you this. All in favor of the amendment as proposed by Sylvia, say aye.
I'm opposed.
Okay. All right, let's vote on the on the resolution as amended by Sylvia.
Can I just make
Sure.
a statement? So my understanding is we're saying there are these two programs, they are being eliminated. And we're saying, go ahead and do what you would like in regards to physical shelter, safety, and food security.
I don't think we're, Joe, Doug, I
That's
don't,
how I read it. I mean, first I thought we're not doing anything with this resolution, but now I think we're actually doing the opposite of what the resolution says. We're basically agreeing with these cuts by saying, go ahead and do what you want according to your plan, and your plan involves getting rid of, those funds.
I don't think,
But that's how I see it, and that's fine. So I'll be voting against it.
yeah, I don't agree with you, your interpretation of the document. In the whereas clause, it lays out the need, the specific need. That's still the case. That's what we're addressing. And we're not making any opinion beyond that about how it should be done. We're not saying it should or should not. We're just saying we're
So
not.
I see what you're saying. I disagree with you.
Okay,
so.
okay.
Could
All
I
right.
offer one comment just to Commissioner Zylstra? The way I would see this is it actually could have some positive effect if the board passes this and sends it on, and some positive effect. I think in general, everyone who wants to support this type of initiative would appreciate. It might not have the exact wording that you want, but you could always write a letter to go along with it and send that along to.
If I
all
write a
the
letter, it will
officials.
be the original resolution, right? Which.
Well, you
was
could
reinstated.
pull the language from that and.
I guess my point is that this resolution, in my mind, is actually now the opposite of what we started with 15 minutes ago. That's my opinion, and I appreciate.
Okay, I just
people
wanted to
have
make sure.
differences of opinion, and
Yep.
that's all good, so.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to accept the resolution as written or as amended by Sylvia's amendment, which Justin says he's got down. Okay. Why don't you do a roll call?
Mr. Bonema. Yes. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Bruger.
Yes.
Mrs. Medema.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mr. Barry.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
No.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
And Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is the post-execution ratification of contracts. Need a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion.
This is item B from the consent agenda,
Correct.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. No, Alice.
I pulled it, so I can start if you'd like.
Mhm.
I think we have a couple people here. Patrick was going to have someone from the health department to address one of the contracts. I just would like to hear some more information as it relates to contract 2776. It's a relationship with Grand Valley State University. It's a 3-year agreement with the Ottawa Pathways to Better Health, and I did read that. I do appreciate the email that was sent, but it did still kind of wonder what services we are providing to Grand Valley. My guess is there's some amazing benefits, but I would just like to know a little bit more. So if you don't mind, Addie, just sharing a little bit more as you know about it.
Oh, sorry, that feels really loud. So, Pathways to Better Health is designed to help people access healthcare pathways and community services so that we're decreasing the amount of unnecessary visits to hospitals or ERs. As you may know, like navigating those different systems, whether it's healthcare or access to services, can be really complicated. we have community health workers or CHWs, which you were sort of introduced this morning when Tipos Valente V is a community health worker. And I think from the comments that you shared from that nomination, they can have a significant impact for helping people through some difficult times. So they help identify. What we do is we pair up a person that qualifies for pathways with a community health worker, and then that community health worker works really closely with them to understand what their needs are and then helps them navigate those pathways to get them connected to various services like health for managing chronic conditions, primary care providers trying to get those services set up. But they also help with community services and resources like food, clothing, housing, financial utility assistance, transportation, education, and employment. And the one thing to clarify on this, there is an error. This is revenue. So Grand Valley felt that they had some students in their student population that could utilize this sort of help. Traditionally, we have the qualifications are 18 years old. They live within Ottawa County and they are Medicare or Medicaid and then have 2 or more chronic conditions. So Grand Valley wanted this programming assistance for students that may qualify, but may not have Medicaid or Medicare, or may not be an Ottawa County resident. And so they are wanting to pay for that service to be provided to students that qualify and may need help navigating systems on campus or that are on campus students.
How do they determine, like, let's say a student comes in to a clinic at Grand Valley, how do they determine that they're going to utilize this particular service?
I'm assuming they're going to still have like the 2 chronic health conditions. Usually there's some sort of other area of need like housing, financial, job, mental health. We do work really closely with CMH. And then they would refer to the program. I have the supervisor for our program too that knows kind of the details of the referral process, so she can answer some of those. So.
Yeah, if she'd like to share, that would be great. Thank you.
Our supervisor for Pathways is Sue Keen, so I'll let her speak.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Sue Keen. I'm nursing supervisor of Pathways.
Welcome.
And I think just a little bit of background on this program is that Grand Valley is developing a more of a holistic case management approach to addressing needs of students, especially those that are hitting barriers and probably affecting their academic success. So with the screening that will happen through the health center, and they're partnered also with HealthNet, I think of West Michigan, those students that screen positive for a need, whether it's food, housing, transportation, healthcare, they would then be offered a community health worker. And the goal is for a nurse case manager and or community health worker to walk alongside those students to help them, similar to what you heard about what V has done for Pathways.
Very good.
It's a phenomenal program. It really is.
Today.
Sure.
Very much.
You know, I have to say, Allison, I was annoyed that you wanted to pull this off the agenda and talk about it some more. Clearly I was wrong. This is a great program and it's a great that we have the opportunity to highlight it. So thank you for that. And thank you for what you're doing.
And, you know, we're thankful Grand Valley recognized the benefit of the role, and we're willing to pony up money to guarantee a community health worker for a day a week for 3 years.
Yep.
for the
Thanks for
student.
building the connections over there, whoever's doing that, and thank you.
I just have one more quick question. So is this just getting started now then, or is this something you've been doing?
It really has not started.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? Justin, we probably need a roll call on this one.
Oh, we have, I don't think
Somebody?
are we voting?
Yeah. Yes,
Gotcha.
it's an action. Somebody put it on the action item.
Oh, this was the whole Board of Ratification of Contracts. I
Yeah.
did not separate them, so I actually had a couple more.
Oh, you do? We'll go.
You
Excuse
good?
me. Yep, Absolutely.
Right,
Yeah,
thanks.
go to.
There was just one more, and I'm trying to find which one it was. Sorry, bear with me, because it was in my. I believe it was contract 2767. And I gotta find that back on here a minute. 2767. With Community Action House, and I think Oka is the fiduciary for the grant. I think all the commissioners did receive an email that showed the contract. But when I scrolled down through the contract, it really did not define much tangibility of what the work is. And so I would love to hear the tangibles about what we're doing to prevent homelessness a little bit more concrete as it relates to this expense.
Jennifer.
Hi again. So I found out about this late last night, so I don't have a Community Action House here to give all of the specifics. But what I can tell you is that they provide street outreach. So their staffing, what we're paying for is their staffing, and they're going out and finding individuals and building relationships with them in order to get them referred to appropriate services. So that's in a nutshell is, again, as far as the very nitty gritty. I don't have all of those details, but I'd be happy to provide more information if you have specific questions.
Yeah, I guess it's great in theory, but I think to award 65,500 to go towards something, for me, I would like to actually see what they are doing in their day-to-day. When they say that they're going out and building relationships, what does that look like? And how are we making a difference when we're doing so? And that's my perspective. I'm sitting in my role and feeling like, okay, that's something like I don't have enough information on based on what was sent to me in the email. It was basically what you just stated. And so I don't know where we go with that, but that's my current dilemma is that if I don't know if anyone else read through it, but there wasn't much there.
If I could just add too, so this is not a new grant. This so it's the Emergency Solutions Grant, and that's we've been the fiduciary of that for probably a decade, if not more. So this contract is not new. And what happens is the Lakeshore Housing Alliance is the one who determines who gets the grants based on the services. So I don't go through all those details because we're also a recipient, so they have to gauge and we have to do an application and all of those pieces. So the Lakeshore Housing Alliance, through the application that Community Action House sent, awarded them the money. So it's not really up to us to determine who's awarded the money. The Lakeshore Housing Alliance does that. As the fiduciary, what my responsibility is to make sure that they're submitting the appropriate paperwork every month. And then I'm going through invoicing to make sure everything is being billed. Because again, we're just the fiduciary. So as far as like all the nitty gritty of the program oversight, that's not something that I would be doing. That would be a direct Community Action House question. And then in addition, because we didn't determine the recipients, that's again, the Lakeshore Housing Alliance that would do that piece.
Oh, go ahead, Joe, you had your hand up.
I was just going to actually share some of that same information because I remember last year, I believe I asked a similar question. And the one other thing I remember is, isn't it kind of split into like 3 areas or something like that?
Yeah.
3
Yep.
purposes?
Yeah, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and then street outreach. And then there's also, some admin and HMIS, which is their database for the homeless.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And what I was going to add was, Allison, you bring up a great question to wonder what's in there. And I'm reassured by the fact that we've been supporting this for 10 years. It's not a new program. I just wonder if for you or anyone who's hesitant to support it again, I know that we've already, Jacob's been working very hard on the concept of mandated and non-mandated services and money that we spend. And we're going to be doing a deep dive in the next year with Patrick. And that would seem like a really good time to consider programs like this and how we're funding them.
rather than pull it out now. I don't know if that's acceptable.
No,
to you or not.
I understand that. Is that something that you feel would be covered as you're going through your deep dive? Something such as this when it's, as Jennifer's mentioning, they're the fiduciary. So are we gonna go that deep?
Yeah, I think, even broader, excuse me, I've been fighting this cough. I'd like to discuss kind of the policy as you see it on all grants. What information would you like to see? What things are you maybe looking for? And then we can anticipate that ahead of it because, the post ratification is intended to be under a certain amount. It goes through, but with the need for information, and that's great. We want to make sure that we're anticipating what those questions and areas of interest are for you. So yeah, I'm happy to discuss all of that along with the mandate, non-mandate.
And that's why I'm asking,
Mhm.
like, we're trying to get to what we're addressing, and that's why I wanted to know, is that something you're going to be looking at? Is that gonna be included? That helps my understanding.
Good.
So, yeah.
I'm not sure how this specific program fits in with the bigger picture of the problem. But there is indeed a homeless population in Holland they're sleeping in store doorways at night. They're inclined to not want to go to a shelter. I know Community Action House, their food distribution program is called Food Club, but I toured there last year and they have a special section for homeless or unhoused or however you want to classify that, people with packages they can take of food that doesn't need to be refrigerated or may not need to be heated to be edible. It's geared for people that are essentially just living out without shelter. There's a church, I can't remember what the name of the church, but it's right 9th Street and 10th Street. Hope Church. They offer washing machines and showers. What's that?
That's the Methodist.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure the Hope guys also do that.
But I mean, this is a real thing in Holland and I don't know exactly how this program would dovetail with it, but there's certainly a need that is being addressed by a number of different parties in Holland. They're all taking a piece of it and this seems like a worthwhile effort.
It is integrated with it. So Community Action House's website does have a page on street outreach, which is kind of helpful. It is integrated with that church and their refresh program. It looks like it's mostly working with the homeless to help them get stabilized with their housing situation. So I would like more information on it too, but there's a little bit there.
Any other discussion on these? Okay, Justin?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Sorry, we're voting on all the contracts,
All the
correct?
contracts.
All the contracts, correct.
Allison, you're all set?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I just want to clarify that I know you'd asked for 3 contracts, I want to make sure that.
I
we're-
did ask for 3 in an email, and I don't need further conversation
Okay, cool.
on the
Thank
other
you.
one.
Then yes, for sure.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
and Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, the next thing is suggested motion to approve the revised substance abuse policy for a second reading. Need a motion, please? Second?
I'll support it.
All right, any discussion?
Did you want to go ahead, Commissioner Medema? 'Cause I mean, we may have the same concern.
Please.
I was going to
because-
pull just this one, so we may have the same concern.
Perspective, when we have policies and we're going through our readings, they should be voted on as an action item. And so that's why I pulled that.
Oh,
Doesn't
okay.
necessarily mean that there's going to be a lot of conversation on each of these. It was more for following proper protocol.
Oh, okay.
There may be a couple.
I had something specific, but
Okay.
no worries.
Go for it.
So on, what is it, 4.2, it says, however, the county does not condone the abuse of drugs or alcohol before or during work. I think we had this discussion. We also don't condone after work. So I thought we had made a motion to strike that. So just make sure that, I don't want in 5 years people to say, okay, we can do this after work. Not before, during, but
I at least remember the conversation. Yes, I do.
yeah, I do have the
I'm not-
motion. I do have it here.
People on this board, I think. Sorry.
The following update, strike before, during work. So we did make that motion. It did pass. So.
Okay.
So what would you think we should do, Doug? You just put a period after alcohol on that?
Well, if you strike it, that's what's going to happen. So I think that's fine.
If you want to make the motion, Doug, I'll support it
So,
to amend
oh,
the.
okay, to amend, the copy we have in front of us, striking before, during work, which has the effect of bringing that period to the end of alcohol.
Support. Yep.
Do we have, any discussion on Doug's, proposed amendment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so let's vote on the policy now. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passed with that amendment. You get that, Justin?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. All right, the next thing is the suggested motion to approve the animals in county buildings policy for a second reading. Need a motion, please?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, discussion. No discussion?
Looks good.
Sorry about that, Chair.
We're still in good shape? Okay, so all in favor of the motion to approve the animals in the county buildings policy for the second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, let's go on to the next one. Need a motion, suggest a motion to approve and revise the revised appointments to boards and commissions policy for a second reading.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, discussion, please. No discussion? No discussion. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passed. The next one is suggested motion to approve the revised risk management policy for a first reading. Need a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, discussion.
Mr. Chair, actually, what happened with this policy was it was tabled by Commissioner Rhodey.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to go back to committee level and it never did. And so I'm going to make a motion to send it back to planning and policy for a first reading because I believe that should be where it's taken place for the first reading.
Can we flip back, Sylvia? I was trying to figure this one out too. I know you tabled it. Can you explain why if you remember why you tabled it? Was it for that reason?
I honestly, at this point, I can't remember. I did, and also that was the meeting where we don't have tape. So I tried to go back to see what happened in that meeting. And I think that's when our power was out.
But you mentioned that edits were not made, that were fixed to bring it forward to
Yeah.
us. And that's why we had ultimately voted to table it so that the edits could be changed and then it brought back to planning and policy.
Yeah, it's really difficult sometimes to actually see what we're voting on, especially if we're not catching the changes.
I think quite literally that day because the lights were out.
Yeah, it could be.
Sorry, couldn't resist. It was sitting out there. Somebody had to do it.
Does anybody else remember that this was going to go back to the Planning and Policy Committee?
It's recorded in the minutes, on that. I'm trying to remember where this came from. I saw it yesterday morning as I was preparing. It is recorded that it was tabled. Anyway.
We had quite a number of things that were going through a first reading.
So are you bringing a motion to table this one?
I'm making a motion to table it and sending it back to planning policy, which is, I believe, where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Is there anything time sensitive?
Was-
from
I-
this?
I don't see anything.
No, just policy that we go through. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion to table this, to send it back to the Planning and Policy Committee.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, it's gonna go tabled again. But this time
With direction.
with direction that it goes back to the Planning and Policy Committee.
And just in general, I feel like we've been missing some of our edits. I think we need to be a little more meticulous with catching the edits that are made during meetings so that the following meeting, we're working with what was discussed in the previous meeting. So.
On this one, because it was tabled, it's the original red line, so we're seeing it. But on other times, when we are only talking about a couple little tweaks, we need to be able to distinguish what happened at this meeting versus that there's no other arguments about it, discussion about them, right?
Even if we could get, a red line version
Yeah.
and then a proposed version that's clean,
Mhm.
that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank
Do
you.
we get that?
Got it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it would just help us. Okay, the next one is to approve the updated Ottawa County Land Bank Authority bylaws.
So moved.
So, Mr. Chair, that actually leads really well into that conversation and why I pulled this one. So I do appreciate, so there was a mistake made in the first round when this packet was released on Friday. It had not been updated according to the one motion that had been made and unanimously approved, and that was in section 3.5. And now that is made now after I emailed about it yesterday. But it's up for this board's decision. But what I'd really like to have is a clean copy to read through before we vote on our final set of new bylaws. That's what had been put in here prior. It's not, we don't currently have the updated version with everything made. And so I would just appreciate being able to read through a clean set of bylaws before we vote on it.
We've been going through a lot of work with this Land Bank Authority bylaws, and I agree with Allison. We could definitely send this back to planning and policy because it's no rush. I don't think for appointments. Ron, there was no rush for this on appointments, was there, or was there?
I don't believe so, but I believe there is a clean copy attached.
There's no longer a clean copy attached because when I found an error, it's in yours maybe, but it's not. If you go on the website right now, it's not on there. It's not according to, like, anyone else who's looking at it in the public right now does not have what you have.
Find off the website.
Yet yesterday, but I found an error, and when the error was corrected, the new clean copy was not,
No longer.
it is no longer there. Yes.
That was a separate mail, wasn't it?
So is the motion to table this and send it to planning and policy?
I actually would make a motion to table it and send it back to the Board of Commissioners with the update, because I think we've already done our work through planning and policy. All we have to do is have a clean copy, and we can do that at the next Board of Commissioner. We don't need to go through 2 times of it.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion on the table to table this for a clean copy to be presented to the board at our next board meeting. All in favor? We got a second? Somebody second? You did?
Someone did.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, passed.
Mr. Chair, just for future clarification, is it the consensus of the board to have the policies that come out of committee as action items on the agenda per Allison's request?
You know, that I asked, that's a fundamental question, right? It has a legal analysis that I didn't have an answer to myself. If we're in a policy and we're in a first or second reading, and we put those policies on the consent resolution, right? Rather than a separate action item, if we approve the consent resolutions, which would have that in there, is that the same legal effect of having an action item separately? I don't have an answer. I don't know the answer to that.
I think it is.
It is, yes. Okay, so I don't think, so then it's only a question, Allison, we were talking a little bit about this at a time. What should be the protocol, right? So legally, it could have been just the way it was, but the question is, should it be pulled policies and make them separate action items rather than include them in the consent, which is what your question is.
That's great, yes.
Right?
Just so we know what you want on.
Yeah.
the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, my question is, Chair, is planning and policy, some of these things I put on the agenda, do I not want them on there? I mean, we pull them, but we don't, all we do is vote yes on them, what we voted yes for, and they're consent resolutions. It seems redundant to me that we do it twice and we don't talk about them. I mean, I'd like you to comment on it, Allison, for me.
Sure. One thing to maybe consider, and my mind can be changed on this one. If we're putting something as an action item, it's showing the public that maybe we're still, it's going through another reading, and it allows them an opportunity to see that it's been going through that process. And perhaps they'd like to speak to it. Now, maybe there would be an argument that they could still speak to it, even if it's on consent, and then we pull it at that time. I just thought that by having it as an action item, I didn't think it was that big a deal if there's not a lot of discussion on it, that we just take a quick, simple vote and we just say, hey, does anyone have anything additional to add? And okay, no, okay, great, let's just go to a vote. So I didn't think it took a lot more time to do it that way.
My thoughts on that is I'm not so opposed to it being on consent as a first reading, but as a second reading, it might be helpful to have it be action when we're finalizing it. I mean, I can go either way, but I think that we will have already done it at policy and planning. We will have already had a discussion. If we put it on consent, if we need further discussion, we can pull it off, but then we're not having to redo everything 3 times. And then when it comes back on the agenda for the second reading, we could make it as an action item.
Yeah, I could see that. I just thought there might be a little bit, it's just more clean cut that if you always put a policy on action items, you're not having to figure out like which ones are you still working through. Because sometimes at committee levels, there is more that we're still working through. And so I just thought this was, anyway, that's
Yeah.
just my thought process.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with Sylvia on that as far as the first reading. I think more the other way around. The first reading is public, the second reading, if we've all hashed it and agreed to it. And I've just been
Yeah.
taking notes of where comments have been, and the comments that we've made are really on corrections of amendments, corrections that didn't get done.
Mhm.
And as long as staff is getting the corrections done, then we don't actually have to debate them anymore or discuss them anymore, would be my thought. A little bit incumbent on you, Patrick, to
Yeah, we'll get that cleaned
get
up.
those
for
cleaned
sure.
up.
Is there anything in our planning, in our policy that talks about how we address this?
Don't know, I don't think so, but.
Policy on
again,
policies?
There is a policy on, there is a policy on policies. Regina's shaking her head, like nodding her head, yes. So I would just look at that as well as you're looking at this.
But I don't, there's not a policy that requires these to be voted on as action items, is there? We're fine either way, we just need to know going forward.
That'd be a quick look up on the website.
I'm comfortable because we're all sitting on the planning and policy committee already, and we discussed those pretty thoroughly, that we move them to consent if we get through the committee. If someone doesn't like it on consent, we pull it off and have a further discussion, but let's not get in, my sense is not, let's not make that a practice. Make that more the exception than the rule, because we've already discussed it. That's my take on it.
I guess my question to Justin was kind of related, because if we do make an amendment in the second reading like we did today, how does that affect, right? And I don't know exactly what the
and I
answer
think
is.
that's something we would follow up on with Corp Counsel, because I don't know
Yeah,
legally how
so-
that.
Meaning, do we have to go back and do 2 readings?
Does it have to go back for a first reading once it's amended, even if it's just like a clerical
Yeah.
thing? I don't know the answer. I mean, I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
I don't
Particularly
think that a minor amendment changes. I mean,
Okay.
that's the purpose of first reading, to give us a chance to take
Right.
a look at it.
Right.
Okay.
So I guess so I'm looking up the policy. Mine at the moment. And,
This is, sorry, this is the land bank one, right?
Well, that's.
well, we kind of did a little
Just a general discussion.
It's just general
general discussion about
On
policies, right?
Policies.
Because land bank
Add
was
a
already taken
discussion item
Yeah.
to our next planning and policy meeting. And
That'd be
then I'll
great.
have time to
Yeah, we
think
should
about
probably
it.
add a discussion
Yeah.
item for the
Yeah.
next one.
I think we'll put that in planning policy.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I did.
You're the man.
Okay.
Way to go. Way to go.
No
All right,
good, Patrick.
let's go to the next one on the item. Hope College bond issue. Need a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution approving the project area, establishing the project district area, and confirming the appointment of 2 additional directors to the Ottawa County Economic Development Corporation Board in order to authorize the issuance of limited obligation revenue bonds not to exceed $10 million for the benefit of Hope College.
Support.
We have I was expecting, I was expecting a Zoom representative, so.
Well, I believe they're still out there. We might want to nudge them. Craig, Tom, are you up? Are you out there? And we have Craig in the room too. Yes, I am here to speak to the project. When I came into the meeting, I thought I was going to come up and think I'm going to have the most riveting and exciting item on the agenda for today, but whew, after discussing policies on policies, I think I'm one up on that. So away we go with the EDC bond project. Just super briefly, 2 of you in the room, I think, have been through bond projects with us in the past. This is our 4th that we've done as a county. What it does is allows specific businesses and nonprofits stated in Act 338 access to tax exempt bonds to fund certain activities. Okay, the bond borrower, the applicant today is Hope College. They wish to use not more than $10 million in EDC authorized issued bonds to support renovations in the Phelps Dining Hall and the Hope College campus. And they would like to use the balance of the bonds, could be give or take $6 million, to refinance past projects. Those will be listed out in the project plan. The resolution you have before you does a number of things. It establishes both the project area and the project district area. Both of those encompass the footprint of Hope College. That is where the project takes place. Authorizes the issuance of bonds, which the EDC has already authorized and passed on to you. And it will appoint 2 neighborhood directors to the EDC board as required under Act 338. Those are named in the resolution. So that is that resolution before you today for consideration. As I said, I've got bond counsel Craig Hammond online, Tom Bilesma from Hope College online, and I've also got Cameron, it's Butler, right? Cameron Butler, the controller from Hope, in the room to respond to any questions you might have at this point. But the next step in this process, if this resolution is passed, then we will go on to November 25th. We'll have a public hearing. Then we have a second resolution approving the project plan, the issuance of bonds, and then that goes back to the EDC, and then we close. So those are kind of the steps in the process. So I'll stop talking and respond to whatever questions or kick it to the team. So
I got one. Becky, one of the things in going through this process before that you shared, or someone shared, I don't know if it was online or a gentleman in the room, but 2 things. One, that the county is not on the hook for these bonds. And secondly, the timing of it was important for me to understand that, and I'll try my best and you can correct, but essentially we have the ability to help other organizations have the ability to utilize our bonding capacity as a county, provided the county doesn't use all of our bonding capacity.
Correct.
And we don't know whether the county is going to use that until the very end of the year, which is because we have, the ability to do so throughout the calendar year. If we have not, then it's up to another organization to, take advantage of that and to ask us if we're willing to share that opportunity, which my understanding is that's exactly what happened in this case.
right, yep, if those are still available for an entity in the public to use, then yes, you'll see these projects at the end of the year. Yep. So we hope to close in December on these.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I do have a question on timing. Did the EDC in the discussions talk about the timing of the bond issuance? Does the current interest rates and the changes in interest rates affect the process and things like that?
That is one that I would kick to Craig if Craig is out there, and let him and or Tom from the borrower team speak to that.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Craig. Thank you.
So as Becky alluded, our timing is to close this financing before December 15th. And there is a commitment from PNC Bank to purchase this bond. And the bonds are going to be based on a floating rate off of the monthly SOFR rate. So I think there aren't particular concerns so much about interest rate adjustments because it's floating rate, but there is definitely a need to close on this bond issue before the end of this calendar year in order to get the bank qualified status that they're seeking. So and we have a calendar to reach that schedule, and we intend to, but that's a critical component.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments? Justin, we need a roll call on this one?
Yes, sir. It's a resolution, so, yeah. Mr. Georgezma.
Yes.
Mr. Barry.
Yes.
Mrs. Medema.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel. Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Bonema.
Yes.
Mr. Bruger. And Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take a short recess.
Sure. How much time we think you need? 10?
10 minutes
10
would be
minutes.
great.
Okay, it's 11:25. We'll start it.
We should take a
11:35.
vote on that, just so you know.
Oh,
Support.
anybody opposed to that? Okay, second, 10-minute recess, please. Thank you.
Already, John.
Okay, Jim.
Okay. All right, let's resume our meeting. The next thing on the motion, or on the agenda, is a motion to appoint Patrick to a bunch of committees. We want to bring a motion?
I could do that. I make a motion to approve the appointment of Administrator Patrick Waterman to the following boards, committees, and authorities. Grand Valley Metropolitan Council, Board of Directors, and Executive Committee. Kent, Ottawa, Muskegon Foreign Trade Zone, Board of Directors. Ottawa County Central Dispatch Authority, Board of Directors. West Michigan Enforcement Team, Board of Directors. Ottawa County Land Bank Authority, Ottawa County Building Authority, Ottawa County Insurance Authority, and the Lakeshore Advantage Board of Directors.
Support.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passed. Next thing is the motion dealing with the Nate Wolf's declaration and memoranda. Need a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the Board of Commissioners waive its attorney-client privilege and the declaration and memorandum of Attorney Nate Wolf regarding his communications with county officials and his activities and inactivity pertaining to the undated written complaint of former employee Jordan Epperson.
Support. Okay, discussion. No discussion? Okay.
Sure, I was just waiting to see if anybody else had anything, so. Yeah, I thought it would be helpful to add a little context around some of this, just to be helpful for the board. So for myself, I do not recommend waiving attorney-client privilege with Attorney Nate Wolf or releasing the affidavit he submitted several months after the events occurred because his affidavit actually contains material errors. So I wanted to make sure that the board was aware of this. So in the affidavit, Mr. Wolf had wrote that I called him in October of 2024 and asked him to investigate a complaint that Mr. Epperson had submitted, which contains 7 pages and several complaints against the county. So Mr. Wolf's statement has 2 serious errors in it. First, I was not the person who contacted him to investigate the complaint, like he wrote. It was actually corporate counsel, Jack Jordan, who contacted him. It was not my decision. It was handled by corporate counsel, as it should be. So corporate counsel actually told me that Mr. Wolf was going to be investigating as a third party, since human resources was mentioned in the complaint. Second, I did not call Mr. Wolf in October. Corporate counsel, Jack Jordan, called him. So I wanted to mention that. Also, another element of confusion is that Mr. Wolf wrote in his affidavit that I had instructed him to terminate the investigation that was ongoing. That is not accurate either. I told Mr. Wolf if the board voted to approve a severance and release of claims, that vote would terminate his investigation. And that's exactly what happened. The board voted and terminated the investigation. The last thing I wanted to mention is Mr. Wolf wrote in his affidavit that he was available the evening of December 10, the date of the closed session. And Commissioner Jortsma had shared a concern at our last meeting, I believe it was, that I had said Mr. Wolf was not available at the closed session. So this is a situation where words really matter. Mr. Wolf omitted an important piece of information from his affidavit, specifically that I called him on December 9 and talked to him for 21 minutes about the upcoming board meeting, including if he would attend. So again, words matter, and I wanted to highlight that Mr. Wolf's affidavit says he was available the evening of December 10. That might be true, but it seems sort of misleading or at least confusing. The board meeting on December 10 was a morning meeting. It wasn't an evening meeting. It was noticed for 9 a.m. and it started on time. So for these reasons and more, I don't recommend releasing the affidavit. It starts false, it ends false, and it omits important information.
Else?
I appreciate your sharing that, Commissioner Moss. One thing that I would also just note facts on is that we had the release of the audio that took place. Now we have a motion to release, to waive its attorney-client privilege and to now release Attorney Nate Wolf's information, the declaration of memorandum. It's interesting about how this board is choosing to continue to, from my perspective, it's like this slow drip to the media, to the people. Our role is to make sure that we are operating, following proper procedures. I don't believe that this goes in line with a typical board of action. Can you do this? Yeah, you can. It's just interesting how it's the slow drip and not even complete information even included in this one. It doesn't allow for the sharing of a couple memos from Commissioner Moss. It also doesn't include the 4-page affidavit from Jordan Epperson. And I'm not recommending the sharing of those. I think there's a purpose why we have closed sessions. And so, yeah, I won't be voting for this. It's unfortunate to see the tactics that are continued to be taken by this board in this matter.
I've got a question for corporate counsel, Ron. Sorry to put you on the spot, but the Allison mentioned the four-page, I don't remember how many pages it is, Epperson complaint. Is that something that is available for public record if someone were to request it? Does that take special authority from the board to release it, or is that something that is FOIA-able, if you will?
The Epperson complaint is a public document. There is no attorney-client privilege that attaches to the Epperson complaint.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Could you repeat that, Ron? Because that's not my understanding.
Because what?
That's not my understanding.
The Epperson complaint is not an attorney-client privilege. Mr. Epperson is not an attorney. He submitted a complaint. That is not a privileged document.
Okay.
The Wolf document is from an attorney. We can talk about that if you want.
Okay. I just want to be clear because my understanding is that the Jordan Epperson document was not being released subject to a FOIA request. Maybe I have that wrong.
I think you do have that wrong.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And then Allison mentioned Joe's 2 memorandums. I want to make sure that those are included in whatever we do. Are those public? Are they already out there, or do we have to vote to release those too?
Again, there's no attorney-client privilege that attaches to that. There's nothing you have to waive to make that a public document. I think, I don't know where they are. I don't think, but I do believe they are public documents.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question on that in regarding the Jordan Epperson statement. It's my understanding that when there's a complaint by a county employee, that it's handled confidentially. Typically, investigations have been done with an attorney, which has historically been Nate Wolf. And then that investigation is put in a file, and it's handled very discreetly. And sometimes even the subject of the investigation doesn't even know what happened. It's tucked away, it's dealt with in the way that's appropriate. And that's part of an employee's file. That's like, so a question along those lines is, there was another complaint that happened where a department head was waxing eloquent on wanting to kill Commissioner Moss during a department meeting. And an employee filed a complaint about that, and he didn't really feel very safe about all of the things that were going on in that situation. An investigation was done. That was kept private, so if somebody wants to FOIA that, do they have access to that? I mean, where does this end? So if we're now saying that someone can FOIA, these complaints that an employee is making about, unsafe work environment, where does this end? The end result of that actually is kind of clear. It's no longer safe to submit a complaint in Ottawa County about something that is happening with somebody, who's managing you. If this is now subject to FOIA and anybody in the county can obtain this, this is not okay. So we need to think about the things that we're saying here in the precedents that we're setting. Like, is this only FOIAble because we don't like a prior employee, or are we now gonna, apply this across the board to all employees? Don't come to your managers anymore because we can FOIA the things that you say.
Go ahead, Ron. I'm not sure where the question was there, but I'll tell you, if you think this is an answer that I'm giving because I don't like an employee, I don't know the employee. I'm not giving you any advice based on people I like or people I don't like. I'll tell you in general, public employee personnel files are public documents. That's been well researched, well litigated, and well handled by courts. In general, we may have a practice of handling complaints as discreetly as possible, and that's a good policy. There's nothing wrong with that. But ultimately, if we get a FOIA request for complaints, we don't have an attorney-client privilege that attaches to that. There's no attorney involved generally. If Mr. Wolf or corporate counsel or HR counsel does a document that may have attorney-client privilege, the complaint itself would not be attorney-client privilege. There is an exception to the Freedom of Information Act for disclosure of documents if it would be an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. That's on a case-by-case basis. But to think that every complaint is privileged is absolutely wrong, and it's not consistent with the FOIA, and that's not based on any personalities.
So what I think I'm hearing from you is employees of Ottawa County don't put anything in writing, because anything you put in writing can be released to the public, which, this is not a safe environment to work.
Well, I'm not making up the rules. This is the law for public employment in the state of Michigan. And policies throughout the state will say, we will protect your privacy to the extent we're allowed by FOIA. That is always the governing limitation on whatever confidentiality we as a public body can grant to anybody. We always have that limitation.
Then I would recommend that this board and Patrick, that you guys work on a policy that's very explicit for our employees about what will be maintained as private for our employees, because this is not a good working environment. If our employees don't know what will be kept confidential, I think that just needs to be made clear.
We cannot make a policy on what exactly will be kept confidential and what will not. Because in order to determine what documents would be an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, we've got to look at the document. It's a fact-specific governing rule every time. We cannot make a policy that governs that.
Well, I think that you could set forth some guidelines.
The guideline is the law and cases under the law.
And so something could be written to make it more clear for employees. That's what I'm requesting on behalf of our employees. I don't like the road that we're heading down here.
I think this is interesting because I speak about this from personal experience related to you as vice chair and you as chair when I served. I reported a complaint to HR in relation to former Administrator John Gibbs. And the items of my complaint that I listed there turned out to be factual later on because they're the exact reasons why you ended up firing him some months later. But all of my complaint was released by your administration. So, you know, you're now complaining about this when you actually did all of this to me.
Well, I didn't release it, and I would say that being a county commissioner is a little different than being a county employee.
My understanding
The
of the
complaint.
of the closed session, and I agree with Sylvia, is that Jordan's complaint was given to Wolf under attorney-client privilege.
Yes.
So that remains a privileged docket. Now, if we want to release it, I think we need to make a proactive vote on that. But my understanding from that meeting is that, and we may, I'm not sure about the whole policy umbrella here, but that specific document, how did
I believe
Mr.
the
Wolf have
complaint-
that? He had that because he had the attorney-client privilege with Mr. Epperson, and that's how he obtained the document. And that document was given to Wolf under attorney-client privilege.
I believe the complaint was first sent to the board chair and vice chair at the time.
I'm sorry, what?
I believe Jordan Epperson sent his complaint to,
I had never
Then Chair
seen it.
Moss.
I had never seen it until recently, when this board
I saw it a
sent
month
out.
ago as well, so.
Yeah, the first time.
My understanding of that meeting is that's, Mr. Wolf had that document under attorney-client privilege.
That was my understanding as well.
And now, so for me, it's a privileged document. If we want to release that privilege, I think we need to make a vote on that. We can't just assume it's a public document if it was given to Mr. Wolf under attorney-client privilege. I'm not in favor of that, but I'm just saying we should do
The
that.
complaint I'm looking at is not addressed to anyone. Am I looking at the correct document?
Assuming so.
Who did he give it to? He gave it to his to the attorney.
Was Mr. Wolf the only person who ever saw it?
I didn't see it.
I believe at some point he emailed it.
I think there's in Nate Wolf's chronology, he talks about it being sent from Sylvia to
Jack-
him.
And Jack Jordan sent it to Nate Wolf.
Could be, yeah.
Because the corporate counsel handled the whole process.
But originally, it didn't go to Jack Jordan as I was reading the chronology on that.
That may be.
I believe he says in his complaint that he was going to send it, or he did send complaints to the board chair.
I do not see an attorney-client privilege that was maintained for that document.
So the motion's on the table to release the Nate Wolf's declaration of memoranda. Any other discussion on that issue?
Did you want to split that, John, or you want to assume that everything that is in here includes whether we have that, redefined, that's going to include the Jordan Epperson
No.
complaint? It's
No.
not going to include that,
It's
because
not,
you're saying that's already in the public sphere.
it's in the public domain, it sounds like.
Okay.
So is Joe's memoranda should be in the public domain.
So I guess my question on this is, what is the motivating rationale for this action, right? And I still don't know, right? I understand what we have in front of us, but I don't understand why we're doing it.
If I could respond to, or at least add some thoughts to that. Frankly, just because correspondence comes from an attorney doesn't make it confidential. It depends on whether there's legal analysis in there,
Right.
there are opinions in there, et cetera. The disclosure of the Wolf document at the prior meeting was a factual disclosure. There was no legal.
So you're saying that the Wolf documents are not attorney-client privilege?
Well, I'm saying.
So
that-
why are we even waiving them if if it's already?
I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, sorry.
I haven't gotten there yet.
I just want to make sure that, if you're going to say, well, they're not privileged, then why even have this?
You
meeting?
say, I am saying, that I will get there.
Okay.
Because we've had a response or a number of issues of a fair amount of robust discussion now about
Sure.
the Wolf document. And now, after having a factual discussion last month, a rebuttal or rebuttal of facts this month, to now call the document confidential after that amount of discussion, when frankly, I'm not sure there's any legal analysis in it. It was prepared at a time we were in litigation.
Okay, he himself labels it confidential.
He did, because we were in litigation.
And we've assumed that it's confidential.
And it should have been confidential because we
Right.
were in litigation at the time.
And we have not released it under FOIA because we've labeled it
We're
confidential.
not in litigation now.
Okay.
And I'm frankly would struggle to find.
So
a
that's the
reason-
rationale.
Doug,
So anytime.
Let him answer it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
Doug,
I'm
you are.
following his steps as we go as well, so.
Doug, let him answer.
No worries.
Okay.
I would struggle to find a reason to exclude the memo now under the attorney-client privilege. So I think that it would be wise to just make it clean. Let's just release it so there's no question at all.
Okay, so I guess the standard then is, once you've finished legal action, all documents related to that legal action become part of the public sphere. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all.
Okay, well.
I'm talking about one document. I am talking about one document. You will never get me to commit to all documents.
I guess my point is that we're doing a one-off exception for one document or two documents in this case.
One document that we've talked about extensively for 2 meetings now.
Okay, but I mean, talking about a document doesn't automatically have some magic spell to it, right? Doesn't.
Actually, it does. It very often means that any attorney-client privilege about a document you've discussed extensively in public session has lost its attorney-client.
So that means that any commissioner can bring up a confidential document and then magic happens, right? I mean, I guess I want to be clear. I want to make sure that we're clear as to what we're doing.
I would say
If I
that-
mention there's a confidential document, and I read it, does that mean that that document has now been released into the public sphere? Do I have that ability? Because if that's true, I think that that's a unique statement.
Please, you've got to stop with the general statements and. You've got
I'm
to
trying to
stop.
get clarity, corporate counsel.
Let me give you clarity on the one document we're talking about, the one document I'm willing to talk about.
Okay,
Okay? It was a document that is basically bereft of any legal analysis or conclusions or
Okay.
opinions. But it was during litigation, so it was properly labeled confidential, subject to client privilege. That was fine. That litigation has been settled. There was some discussion of that Wolf memorandum at last month's meeting. That was factual discussion. There was no disclosure of any legal analysis or any legal opinions. So to the extent there was an attorney-client privilege on the Wolf document, it was not compromised at last month's meeting.
okay.
But now we've had further discussion about a number of issues, and I don't think, again, we haven't really talked about legal analysis or legal conclusions. But in my opinion, there really aren't any legal analyses or conclusions in this memorandum from Wolf. The litigation has been settled. There is no reason for this document to remain confidential, even if we could just
Sure. So
refuse to disclose
just a
it.
follow-up question, just want to make sure I'm following what you're saying, is that once a legal settlement has happened, and there's reading of a document that was part of that changes the nature of that document, just the reading of it.
No, I'm saying there could have been litigation that was held and settled years ago, and there may be attorney-client privileged documents that have never been disclosed, never been discussed in public. And just the fact that the litigation was settled doesn't make them public.
Right.
Here, we've got litigation settled, we've got a memorandum that really doesn't contain legal analysis or legal
Okay.
conclusions, and we have public discussion of it on
Okay.
2 different meetings. For all of those reasons, I'm saying, let's just
Okay.
go ahead and release
Okay,
this.
so, but last month we just discussed this document, or Commissioner Georgeman does discuss this document and read from parts of it. That, for you, meant that that document was disclosable, because that's not the position of our FOIA
If that
department.
memo contained legal conclusions, legal analysis, legal opinions, in addition to the factual statements that Mr. Georgezma repeated, the document would have remained confidential, at least as to the confidential parts subject to the attorney-client privilege, Sometimes a legal document has to be bifurcated into some parts that are disclosable and some parts that are not.
Okay.
So the fact that there was a discussion last month doesn't mean the whole document is disclosable. I'm saying there really isn't any reason to not make this document disclosable because it doesn't contain
legal conclusions.
Right, but that
or
was not
analysis.
the conclusion of our own FOIA department, post that meeting, right? I mean, our own FOIA department said that that document is not disclosable. So what you're saying is in opposition to our own FOIA department.
Actually, I'm not aware of that. I was aware of a discussion, an online discussion where I said, I think there are parts of that memo that, I'm not sure there are parts that are confidential. And we said, let's just handle it at this meeting and just get a resolution passed and make it clear so we don't have any issue. So I don't think that, to my knowledge, I'm not contradicting any opinion from anyone else.
Okay, I appreciate your time and, yeah.
I'm here anyway.
I'm starting to get a little
I
bit,
appreciate you willing to engage with the conversation.
Absolutely, I'm happy to do that.
Sylvia?
I'm just starting to get a little bit curious about how much we're paying for all of these legal gymnastics to figure out what all we can release into the public on this and that and the other thing.
Well, I'm also wondering, I felt a lot of running around in circles, Ron, when Commissioner Zylstra asked you what makes this one stand out about why, you just said the reason why we can release it is because basically there's not any reason why we shouldn't release it. But there was no other analogy made to compare it to this one about why wouldn't we go back and release other closed sessions? Basically, Commissioner Jortsma, when he went and spoke a month ago, what I'm still hearing you allude to is because we discussed it, because he chose to talk about it, why not just release it then? And so I'm not seeing any guidelines for us as commissioners then to just not come out of closed session, to anytime that it serves our interest to share just a little bit of what we want the public to think, then we're just gonna put that on record, and then the next month, we're gonna say, okay, we're just gonna
Let me
release
try
this.
again.
Yeah, because
The
please
discussion
make
that
it make
was
sense.
held A month ago did not disclose any privileged attorney opinions or analyses or conclusions. So I don't think the discussion from last month broke the attorney-client privilege. I don't think the response, the factual response by Mr. Moss, broke the attorney-client privilege. I'm not sure there is an attorney-client privilege for this document because it's a factual recitation. It really doesn't contain opinions or analyses, but it was sensitive to the attorney-client privilege before when we had litigation going on. That litigation is over. I would struggle to find privileged attorney-client privilege material in the Wolf document at this point to defend a failure or a refusal to disclose it, particularly after the discussion we've had about the factual material, which is primarily or exclusively what the memo contains already. I'm just talking about this document. I'm not saying about, let's go pull all of our files on closed litigation, settled litigation, and start talking about them and releasing documents. It's a case-by-case basis. But I don't know what you consider to be running around in circles, but I'm talking about the content of this Wolf memo. I'm talking about the discussion last month. I'm talking about the discussion this month and the fact that the litigation has been settled. And I don't see a basis to maintain a privileged status for this document. I don't know what else.
And
I
why
can
doesn't our
address.
FOIA department just release it? If you don't see that there is any reason not to release it, why even bring it to us? Because you seem to be saying there is some sort of privileged document that you guys are being asked to release, but also you're saying there is no privileged document. So
Frankly, I would say to you, I don't care if you don't adopt the motion, because if you ask me for my opinion tomorrow, I'll tell you release the document because it's not attorney-client privileged.
okay.
But it is labeled as attorney-client privileged because it was generated during the time of litigation. So,
But you're saying the litigation is so therefore there is no need to
On this
maintain
document,
privilege. So you could
this
have,
document,
FOIA could have
we
released
just-
this already.
So frankly, it's not that big a deal. I think if we refuse to release it, and I can't believe we wouldn't get a FOIA request tomorrow. And if we wouldn't grant that FOIA request, we'd sue and we'd lose and we'd pay attorney fees. So I don't care whether you adopt the resolution. I recommend you do. even if you don't, I'll recommend we release it to any FOIA request we get.
Okay.
And if you don't, I'll tell you, you wasted money on attorney fees if we lose, and we will lose.
Okay.
Justin, can you take a roll call on this?
Yes, sir. Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
Mr. Zylstra,
No.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mrs. Medema,
No.
Mr. Joritsma,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
and Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next thing on the agenda is a settlement proposal in the Chester Township matter. Give a motion.
Yep, I can make a motion to accept the defendant's settlement offer in the Ottawa County v. Chester Township case as recommended by the county attorney in the opinion letter dated October 15, 2025. No, oh yeah, I guess that's it.
Support.
Any discussion on this one?
Mr. Chair?
Allison?
I will be voting yes to support this motion. I will say that I did read through the judge's ruling. I do believe, from my perspective and reading through it pretty thoroughly, that there is definitely merit for an appeal, but I also can understand Chester Township being one of the smallest, maybe the smallest municipality in our county, maybe not have the option to proceed further monetarily wise. So I will be voting to support this motion.
Just a quick question, Corporate Counsel. Do we need to actually describe the settlement offer? I mean, it's not a big dollar amount. No one's going to be shocked, but do we need to actually describe the settlement offer?
We have in the past, Doug. We've disclosed essential terms.
Can we just include that in the motion?
Or just speak it.
Yes.
Either way.
Probably.
You want to mention what the dollar
I'm
value?
going to read,
I will then.
go ahead.
So upon payment of $6,299, Chester Township will give up their appeal. And this matter will be settled and done. It's as simple as that.
For me, this is just a math does it make sense to go forward and spend more money of the people's money to try to, make another point? I don't think it makes any sense. For $6,000, we can be done. I think the attorney has said this would cost more than $30,000 just to respond. It doesn't make any sense math-wise. So when the math doesn't math, we just,
And that wouldn't go to me.
yeah.
Just
So,
for the record.
It's just to settle it. We want to be done with it.
Justin, you want to take a roll call?
I would
Oh,
just like
Sylvia.
to say something. I would just like to say that I deeply disagree with the county's decision to bully Chester Township in this matter. And
Bully? Did I hear that correct?
yes, you did hear that correctly.
Bully?
Yes, you did.
We're paying their legal fees? We're bullying them?
You did bully them, yes. So I deeply
You're
disagree.
saying me? I bullied them?
The county did, yes.
Okay, let her go.
I deeply disagree with what the county has done in this matter.
Just making sure I understand.
I will be voting yes on this because they shouldn't bear the responsibility of paying for the legal fees that the county thrust on them. So I will be voting yes, but again, I'm very much disappointed in how the county handled this.
All right, Justin.
Yes, sir. Mr. Moss,
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Rhodey,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
Yes.
Mrs. Medema,
Yes.
Mr. Joritsma,
Yes.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
and Mr. Teeples.
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next one is the Howell Sentinel appeal. Need a motion on this one?
Make a motion to accept the Holland Sentinel's offer to dismiss the appeal as recommended by the county attorney in the opinion letter dated October 24, 2025.
So, again, for the record, the offer was that if we release the minutes associated with this matter, Holland Sentinel will waive their appeal. This case will also be over.
Are they asking for any financial
No,
compensation?
no compensation at all.
Just to clarify, it's a closed session minutes from November 6th. I know the original lawsuit was about the day we spent in Muskegon and Justin's testimony, but This is about the actual closed session minutes themselves.
Yeah, November 6th. Yeah, thought that was the date. Discussion? Hey, Justin, you want to take the roll?
Mrs. Rhodey,
No.
Mr. Bruger,
Yes.
Mr. Zylstra,
Yes.
Mr. Bonema,
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel,
No.
Mrs. Miedema,
No.
Mr. Moss,
No.
Mr. Joritsma.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
Yes.
Mr. Barry, and Mr. Teeples.
Yes.
The motion
Okay.
passes.
Next thing is a discussion item dealing with the administrative analysis job that you guys spent a lot of time on discussing during the finance meeting. Who wants to start this one? You want to
Yeah,
address it?
there is should be a memo in your packets from the Human Resources Director who's here, and I'll invite Scott to come on up too, but just a precursor on this. There's some history to this position. I believe up until May of '25, we had a position that fell under the title of, hang on a second, I'm sorry. Manager, and at that time, Administrator Rosema looked into that, and it was revised to change to a different position title and revisiting some of the job duties and expectations of that. So there were some comments that were raised, I think, among the board about what the common practice is for when that type of thing happens. So Scott did a good job of kind of looking into past practice on how things are handled when it comes to changes to administrative duties and titles. And Scott, I'd invite you to kind of give a brief of that memo that you wrote.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair. This is a document I prepared just to attempt to clarify this position that was posted. Without reading the memo, just a brief overview, if I may. The counties had a common practice of reviewing job descriptions on a continuous basis, most notably when there's a departure, when there's a turnover in a department, maybe it's retirement, somebody chose to leave, what have you. The job description then is reviewed. Sometimes many times there's no changes. Most of the time there's no changes. Sometimes a department head or elected official of their department may see something that is outdated. There may be quite a bit that's outdated. As a matter of fact, in some cases, the employee may have been functioning in a role that doesn't look much like that job description at all. In any case, the practice is that they would get a hold of HR, and that job description would be reviewed thoroughly. Recommendations are likely to come from that department head, their assistant or their deputy, in some cases, with the oversight of the department head or the elected official. It's then reviewed thoroughly by HR from many angles, from fitting in with the decorum of the county, the structure of the job description, so that it's tailored the same way in a consistent basis and so forth. If there is, and this is the marker that I want to mention, if there is a recommended change and it's agreed upon by the HR department that this position needs to change regarding spending, as far as budget spending, from a standpoint of an increase. So if there's increased allocation of dollars of budget money and spending that is concluded, that then will trigger the difference of a policy or a job description that doesn't have such. So with that trigger, that then will be required to go through the Finance Administration Committee. And from that standpoint, it'll go to the administrator's office for their oversight and approval. If it were, then it would be put on the agenda for the upcoming committee meeting. So there's some general comments. That's what happened with this position. As far as it didn't have any budget increase, therefore it just simply went through the practice and actually policy of the job description policy. It had the oversight of the HR department. It was approved without any budget increase in spending, and therefore the change was made. So I think I'll just pause there.
Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for the memo that you typed up. That was very helpful, I think, for the board to read through. I had a couple of follow-up questions that I did email out. I did not receive a response back from either one of our operating administrators yet. So I'll just I'll just state it here. So what I wrote was, according to the attachment that you provided, Scott, in the agenda, it states it's standard practice for a county department to partner with the HR department after a position is vacated to review the current job description and make any verbiage adjustments that may be necessary to most directly explain and represent the actual job. In some cases, it may be necessary to change the title of the position to accomplish the needs in fulfilling the primary goal of the position. Going back to what I first read, it said it's standard practice to partner after a position has vacated. So my question is, as it relates to the administrative analyst job position, which position was vacated prior to that position being added, and was that position vacated prior to this new job being created or after?
You want me to address that?
I think it was addressed to the
Okay,
administrator.
so, and again, I might piggyback with Gary because I had one foot in, one foot out when this was kind of happening, but yeah, the term vacated, I'm kind of looking at loosely because it's pretty common practice in administration that you'll go through and reevaluate all of your positions and determine whether they're still appropriate and effective in their role. So Scott used the word vacated, but I would use that more broadly to say when there's a reevaluation of the position and the duties. And in this instance, we had an existing position. I believe it was the innovation specialist, or I don't remember the exact terminology, but that there was a discussion with that individual about the roles and responsibilities. And without getting into too detail as to that particular person, it was a determination that the role should really change and to be more effective for administration assistance. And that's really what led to this. And I believe there was a discussion with the individual that was in that position to gauge the interest in applying or continuing in that position. And that's kind of the chain of events. And if I miss something, Gary, please feel free to.
I guess I'm going off of that. That position, was it created for less money than the previous one did? And then was that successful? And then was there another repost that potentially maybe had that they raised the cost that potentially was actually more than, do you know what I'm saying?
I think,
Are you
again, I'll jump in then, Gary, please. The first posting was a complete change in the title and the job description. And that actually was posted. They held an interview. I think there was a candidate that was selected that ended up not accepting the job for personal reasons. They then reevaluated a portion of the job description and decided to wait until I came on board so that I could be part of the process of hiring. And I've been getting, I think we have close to 60 applicants in the pool right now that are interested in the position. So that's kind of where it's at. And
is that job making less
It
or
is.
more than the innovation specialist was?
increase in pay.
From your perspective, do you see the innovation specialist and the newly created administrative analyst job, when you look at both, because you were here for when the innovation
Yes.
specialist was here, from your perspective, are they anywhere close to being the same position?
I'd have to look at both job descriptions side by side, but there are duties that kind of fall in line with both, but essentially it turns it more into an analyst position for things like, the strategic plan, for example. That's something where we're going to want to do a lot of data analysis and have information presented to the board. That's very much different from what the innovation role was. And so it was a value decision for the organization, what made the most sense without coming to the board and asking for a new position.
Yep. I guess to go off of that, when we go through a budget as a board, we are brought forward staff recommendations, new hires, new thoughts that across the entire county, people, the different departments are asking for us to consider funding them. That comes through a budget process that we as a board get a chance to speak into. In fact, some of them come to us not recommended, and some of them come to us recommended. So what makes the difference when we get through the budget? The money was held for this position, but not this position. So this position was not earmarked in our budget, where many of the other ones were mentioned on the budget. What made this different?
Well, actually, I did go back and I believe it was in the 2025 budget, and I wasn't here, the 2025 fiscal year, the position title was changed from analyst to analyst back then. So I don't know what the discussion was as part of that budget, but that was a title change that was incorporated into your 2025 fiscal budget.
Do you know if it was marked
It was a one-to-one.
accordingly, like
The innovation specialist title changed to analyst.
back in August when we were going through the budget?
The prior year's fiscal year budget.
Hmm.
Because you did the 26 budget. I'm talking about the 25
Yes, sorry.
budget.
Yep,
Mhm.
26.
Mhm.
Appreciate the dialogue on it.
There's been a number of different times that position has been changed. Mr. Wetmore did it. I think Mr. Anderson was involved with some changes to this particular position.
Officially or just behind the scenes, like the work that person was being asked to do? Like, did it go through a process like what you're saying right now? Or was it more like that person was asked to do different things?
I believe it was changed as part of their job description, and HR was also involved at that time. The other thing I might add is, without going into detail, because I won't discuss employee-related issues in an open meeting, and I hope you can understand why. Back in the 1st of May, we had some significant issues as it related to this position and the functions of it, and we were dealing with that in-house. I had specific discussions relating to job performance.
Yeah,
And
I'm not worried about that. I'm actually really wanting to stay on task with what we're looking at as a board. I don't think as a board we need to get into the weeds of it.
if I could get to it, because it all leads up to a changing in the job, making it a functional position within the county administration. And so we decided to change that up. The employee was afforded the opportunity to apply for the position. Then subsequently, she decided to retire from her current job. So we were looking at filling that position in May. After that didn't occur, we decided to put it on hold, wait for the new county administrator. And so we had discussions about a couple other ideas we had for that position. One of them was actually to initiate a relationship with the Board of Commissioners to do some analysis for the board on various things that you may have an interest in working through the county administrator. In fact, I believe it was in like July, I had like a 2-hour conversation with you, explained the position, and what we went through prior to changing up the position that I really believed was an excellent opportunity for both the Board of Commissioners and the county administration. And at that time, you seem to agree with me and understand what we're doing, so.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you the merits for this particular job. I think what we're trying to talk about is the steps about what the board can come to expect about when a job comes before the board and when it does not.
And that goes back to, I think, where Scott, his memo, he tried to address that. There is a policy that guides that, and I think the trigger point is it is a financial change. And we have 300 some positions in the county, and so to go through everyone as part of the board every year as part of the budget process, we're gonna focus on what's changing, what are the big differences from year over year, rather than go through every single job description. And that's just good practice, you know, in terms of keeping the administrative day-to-day stuff at the administrator's level and the high-level decisions when it comes to the finances at your level.
Yeah, from my perspective, and we are operating a little bit more as a business, and a business operates that way. But because we are in the role of government, I do believe that when we change course quite a bit, such as in this case, it's contingent on us to bring it forth before the board so that the public can understand, like, this is the new direction we're going. Do they want to see this? They can hear a conversation about the new direction. And so I just see business and government being different in that regards. And that's why I do think when there's a pretty major change, that's maybe a policy that we should look at.
Yeah, and I respect that opinion, and that is exactly right. That's a policy discussion that we would want to have with you, because the current policy does not afford that. So if that's something we want to look at changing in the future, we can do that.
One of the other things I might just add is, this year I had an opportunity to sit through the budget process from day one. And we've consistently heard from department heads that are running significant departments in the county, countywide electeds that had multiple vacancy savings. As they went through the budget process, they weren't required to justify those positions that were currently considered vacancy savings as they move through their budget. And what I'm hearing here about this position, you want to change the process that we go through when it comes to this, even though it was a vacancy savings, because we hadn't been filling the position. But you wanted us to do something different with this position that all the countywide electeds and department heads just historically do with positions that aren't able to be filled at that particular time. So again, I think everybody has done their fair share of trying to manage the county. We were not making any effort to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. We were looking at how best to provide a service from the administrator's office. So,
I had a,
you have something more?
Yeah. If you want to go first, John.
I think I was, and Scott, if you can hold on for just a moment, I just want to say that just in going back and forth and different viewpoints on this, I actually appreciate the memo, Scott, that you sent and the process that we have historically done. I have no problem with the process as it's historically been done. I don't believe that my job as an elected official is really to get into this level of minutia. I want to be able to be free to look at big picture things. And I look forward to our strategic planning session where we can talk about groundwater, where we can talk about CMH funding, where we can talk about housing and roads and all those big picture items that really I feel that we should be spending our time on. And I respect that people feel different and they want to dive in, but for me, I want to look at the big picture, and I'm looking forward to your guidance on that, Patrick. So that's my comment.
Yeah, no, thanks. Appreciate that. You know, Allison, I really appreciate all you say, right? Last time we had a pretty good discussion with Commissioner Georgesman, Commissioner Jim.
Barry.
Very.
I was gonna say Brady, so, I don't know why. We talked about the trigger point, like, at what point does a tweaked or adjusted position become a new position? And, I really appreciate your amendment, because it really clarifies that it doesn't matter for you, right? So what you're saying is, you could have, and I know this is a little bit extreme, but you could have a maintenance person becoming a DEI person, and that would not be brought to us. You may make that judgment yourself, right? But that would not come to us. And I, frankly think that's problematic, right? Public counts on us to oversee, how their money is being spent, and transferring that responsibility wholesale to HR, for me, does not seem like we're living up to our responsibility, especially when that position is in the administrative office. The administrative office is something we've created to help us do our job. This position was never brought to us for our consultation, right? At least the whole board. And, we've simply asked to have this position brought to us for approval. And now this has been the second discussion, and, we're still not being asked, to approve this position. We're just being told it's been approved for us, right? So I guess my motion is to delay filling the analyst position until the board can have the position in front of us and we approve it.
I do agree with that. Commissioner Zylstra, I just want to, the administration works underneath the Board of Commissioners, and sometimes I feel like that gets reversed roles, and it does make sense to go through it that way.
I appreciate the second. Thank you.
So obviously I wasn't at your good discussion in your finance
I think
meeting.
we kind of rehashed it right here, so.
Yeah, I sure did. So I do think that this is a broader issue that we need to discuss as a board, what our role is as commissioners are. But policy is policy. We've all been talking about following the process. Scott's memo clearly set forth what that policy is. It's not for us now to suddenly make a change without a more thorough discussion at a later point, when we can all sit down and take a deep breath and focus on the issue. So, I appreciate the comments. We're going to have some disagreements on the board, but you did bring a motion, seconded by Allison, to vote on this analytical position. I think to do that breaks policy, breaks process, as Scott's points out, but it is on the table.
Just let me clarify that, Scott's memo says this is not policy, it is practice, right? And I think we as a board can determine how we practice our work here, right?
No, excuse me. We have a
There is no
policy.
written policy. There's a policy on job descriptions, but there's no policy on positions, right? How are those reclassified? When do those come? There's no policy that says if you get a revamped position and there's more dollars attached, it comes to us. I don't see that here. So I don't see a policy. I see a practice that we as a board can say, well, that's not working because the public is not involved, as Commissioner Miedema says, right? So, and what Josh says, about big picture, I totally get that. But big picture is built on building blocks. And I think having an analyst, and I think Gary would, agree that the analyst is part of the building blocks, right? So you can't have a big picture if you don't also focus on how that big picture is built, and it's built on staff and staff time and staff effort, right? Over which I think that we should have some say.
Yeah. Personnel is policy, so.
So we all know that clearly in the law, policy and practice is great policy. And it be held one way or another as against the employer, for the employer. That's practice is policy, for all intents and purposes in many ways. So if we need to address the practice, which is fundamentally the policy, and to augment the policy that exists, we'll do it. We'll do it.
Yeah, if I could make a comment on that, Chair and Commission, precisely. I want just to echo the Chair's comment there, because we did, and not to be redundant and point out the obvious, but in the memo, we do list a rather lengthy period. We went back 3.5+ years and checked positions coming before this board. And we found 94 positions coming before the BOC, and every single one of them had an increase in budget. So I would suggest that practice is policy. None of them that came before the board were like this analyst position in any way, shape, or form, as far as the one consistent factor of spending, budgetary spending increases. And so we felt we feel today that this was certainly no exception to that rule, and the way the counties functioned. So I think the practice yields policy. I would also say that I believe it's been a standing practice that any change that any department makes or elected officials regarding funding of any kind would go before the Finance Administration Committee, hence the term finance. So I would believe that we would find that a very stringent policy, and this falls in line with that from a monetary standpoint.
So just a quick follow-up, Scott. When you said there's 94 positions that were sent to us, it doesn't talk about how many positions that weren't sent to us, right? And that's what we're talking about, the positions that we don't see.
Yes, and those are positions that it would stand to reason that since we've brought the county in 3.5+ years has brought a series of what we found was approximately 94, as we've listed here, positions. And the consistency, the matter we're talking about is this position didn't have budgetary increase in spending. It had job description changes, a title change in this case and such, didn't come before the board. So to say that how many other ones didn't come before the board, we don't have a track record. We've listed a few, but we know that 94 did come before the board that all had a consistent factor, and that was increased spending.
Right, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ones that
Well,
don't have an
I think
increase.
that kind of in some cases proves the opposite. In other words, why didn't you? I think if it was a standing issue that we show that there are many other positions that came before this board that didn't have increased spending, and we have this analyst position didn't have increased spending, why didn't it come before the board if others did? We don't have any that went before the board that didn't have increased spending.
Would it be
Why should this one?
would it be a fair statement to say that we perhaps are the department heads over administration? So like within the other departments, people come forward and they bring forth their request to the department head. It goes forth before you. That's how you're saying that those jobs take place. For ours, it's like the administration coming to us, just like a staff member coming to a department head for approval of a change. And that's how I see it here, is that the administration answers to the board. And so that's their role then to come before us to present their requests. That's how I see it operating. It's a pretty,
Yeah, and I agree with that. We're different than, so like Commissioner Miedema says, when there is the health department, they come to you with a position change. But administration coming to you with a position change seems odd. Why wouldn't they come to us? Because we're the boss of the administration. And like Commissioner Miedema says, I agree that those roles have sometimes been flipped, right?
Okay, it seems, if I may just to jump in, I think this changes kind of the dynamic of the discussion from county to now we're talking only specifically the administrator's office or
Well, the motion is with just that position in
I
that.
understand that, but I thought it was the overarching comment of
Broad,
the
we're talking
county.
specifically this, and we can talk broadly at strategic planning, and sorry, Commissioner.
No, it's fine. If I can just add to the conversation, because I see it very similarly to both of you. If this was a nurse, like a nursing position in the health department and things had changed, there was an increase in budget, we probably wouldn't be paying attention to it. And it would probably follow your guidelines, right, that you're already working within. But I think we feel this very differently when it is an administrative role, because that's very close to us. It's very close to how the county functions. And so it's possible we do need to take a look at creating a policy
Right.
where if there is a change in position, like regardless of what it is within administration, that this board would like to see it.
Yeah, I think we have a
and
right
be
to,
sure
for
that
sure.
we are approving and, changes within administration, because that does directly impact the leadership of the county, which I think we feel quite deeply here. So I would hope that we do take it up at policy and planning policy, and take a look at creating a policy around this. But I do support
Yeah,
us,
let's pass
I
this motion.
support your
Let's go ahead and
motion.
Let's take the next step then.
Right, right.
So I think that this is the discussion item. So what you're really asking for now, Doug, is to amend the agenda to bring a motion to approve the administrative position. So this is a motion to amend the agenda.
This is just a motion to approve the position. It's not to amend the agenda.
There's nothing on the agenda that requires, that's set forth a vote for this position.
And I
Except he
actually asked that to be put on the agenda and you turned me down.
All right, so if you want to bring a motion to amend the agenda, bring it.
I think we've had this discussion 2 months ago. We're out of a discussion item. If the discussion item is already on the agenda, you can form a motion out of that. If I'm not correct, corporate counsel, correct me. If that is incorrect, then I'll change the motion to put it on the agenda so that we can then tackle the motion itself. But my understanding from 2 months ago is that out of a discussion item, you can bring motions straight out of the discussion item.
I believe that we did have that discussion and make that.
Thank you.
general agreement.
Okay, so if we're going to vote on this administrative position, we want to make it clear that this is a vote that's not creating a precedent because it goes against policy and practice. So until we get a further clarification going forward, right, that this doesn't create a precedent, this is a one-time shot to address this issue so we can go move forward, because it clearly is going to require a more thorough discussion as a board. And I think we really should have that, right? Okay, so
Mr.
it's a motion to approve the administrative analyst position. right?
No, that wasn't the motion. The motion was to delay filling the analyst position until the board can have the position in front of us and approve it. We still have to have it brought in front of us by administration.
Can you restate? So it's a
Sure.
motion to
To delay filling the analyst position until the board can have the position in front of us and approve it. We don't have a position request in front of us.
And that was seconded by,
That was second by Commissioner Miedema.
Okay.
Till the
Is-
board can approve.
Can have the position in front of us and approve it, right?
I wanna make
To bring forward a job description
Yeah.
to vote on. Mhm.
Just like any standard position request. We don't have it in front of us. I'm just asking us to delay until we can get that.
Right.
Okay, I'll just restate it because I know part of Commissioner Rohde's request for clarification, I completely understand. And a lot of times there are motions made and changes to motions made and changes to resolutions and amendments made. So we'll try to be a little bit more diligent in clarifying. So what I have is delay. The motion is to delay the filling of the analyst position until the board can have the position in front of us and approve it.
Right.
You could say until the position is brought to the board for approval.
We just have to position request. We don't have it. When we get it, then we can decide then.
Yeah, I think it creates a slippery slope
I'm,
that we need to talk about further, but Jim.
I need some clarification too. It's not clear to me, are we talking about this because it's an administration position?
Largely,
Or are we
largely.
talking about this for any county position?
Largely because it's
We're
administrative.
deviating from what has been practice and therefore policy for the county.
I think the answer is largely because it's administrative, as Commissioner Rohde said. It is something that is very close to us. The position is in, the first bullet point is to help the Board of Commissioners, and yet we were not consulted on this position. We're not being asked to approve a position that theoretically is supposed to help the Board of Commissioners. So I think, yes, the reason why, we're talking about this is because this is a position that is very close to us, as Commissioner Rohde says. And I don't think there's a precedent. I think we can discuss this afterwards and say, okay, do we need to create a carve out for the administrative suite? Because the administrative suite is a creation of the board. I don't create Justin's office. I don't create, we don't create a bunch of, we don't create the health department, but we do create the administrative suite, right? So,
Chair May, just a comment, just a point of order, I think, because there's two issues, I think, going on, just to make them crystal clear. One is, of course, this exact position, as several commissioners had mentioned, to vote on that. And I understand that motion. But I think Commissioner Zylstra and Commissioner Miedema, I believe, brought up this issue of, we're talking about, we understand the job description policy, we get that, and we understand how HR works with the departments and such, but this department is different. This is the administration office and the administrator, and they report directly to us. So that issue, and I heard Chair Teeples, you say that you want to discuss this further. We've got some things to talk about. I would suggest that there would need to be a delineation, or at least a prerogative of some kind, saying that, no, that's still a department like any other department. They function under the job description policy. We're going to continue that process, or no, that's going to be changed. And that one department, administration, any changes that are made, all of that will have to go through the board and such, if that's the decision that's made. But I wanted to point out the difference.
I totally agree. There's nothing in the law that talks about a board of commissioners hiring an employee. There is when it comes to the chairman, right? Joe had your assistant executive. The law is clear on that, allows that. So this would be.
and he did bring that request to us. I voted for, that was one of the only votes that I voted for on
There's-
January 3 was for that.
It's a different, totally different situation. But yes, we need to clarify that, Scott. So I appreciate that distinction. So there's a motion on the table.
Mr. Chair.
Joe.
Yeah, thank you. A couple different thoughts, and I'm trying to figure out how to vote on this. I agree that, the practice is the policy. This is what's been happening. This is actually, the memo is exactly what I expected to read when I read it. That's what I talked to administration about after the last meeting. This is what I expected, because this is what I've seen happen. I also, in general, I agree with Commissioner Zylstra and Commissioner Miedema, et cetera, about having visibility because it's administration. I think that's a positive. I think that's positive. I think that's good. Two other things I have, I've sat on this asset board for the last almost 3 years, and something they do at their board meetings is they bring a list of all the job position changes to each board meeting, and they put it in the packet. And then they have visibility there. It's kind of a nice practice. They actually list all of them out. There's, hundreds, 241 in here. So just in general, I do think there's some good discussion that should be had. I would really like to see it at planning and policy. And I think there's some good, we can either figure out the nuance or make a small change or whatever. But I guess my bigger question is, there's kind of a practical question here. Like, do we have 10, 20, 30, 60, whatever applicants? I feel the same way now as I felt last time we discussed this. I agree with the reasons to pause. I also don't really agree with pausing it, because I believe the process is going to continue. I believe it's following the historical practice of the county, and there's 60 people who applied, and someone has to be selected. Interviews have to be done. Am I correct, at least in that understanding?
Yeah, I think the deadline is at the end of the month, so we're close to the end.
So, I mean, I feel like the motion should be a different motion, because I like to vote to support, but I feel like it should be like to send this discussion to planning and policy or something like that to figure out what to do. But that's
I think that we can have that afterwards, but I think that, the point simply is, there is a position that is theoretically meant to help the Board of Commissioners process, and similar to the position you brought in January 3, 2023, that we were not consulted on. We're not even being allowed to approve it, right? So
I think we
that that's-
should be allowed to approve it. I think
Right.
that should be brought
So that's
for visibility and for
you know,
approval.
we had time over the last 2 weeks to get that approval written up, but it wasn't written up, so.
Well, and I think we even requested it,
Yeah.
that this position be brought to this exact meeting today for approval.
No, it was going to be be brought at this meeting, and it is brought at this meeting, but we wanted the analysis, decide if we're going to follow policy and practice or if we're going to have it changing, right?
I remember.
That's why we spent almost an hour on this topic. So it's not gone anywhere. It's on the agenda, just like all of you in different, one form or another asked. So Justin, let's take the vote.
Well, I actually had one more thought. So, kind of like what we were talking about, Patrick talked about the vagueness of the word vacant. It's the same thing, and I would like to know, so how many people were hired into administration in the last 5 years without the board's approval? And I could be wrong, but my guess is it has typically come before the board. I would say that when we're following a practice and that makes it policy, I'm just wondering what positions came forth and did not fit that practice. So if we say practice makes policy, I would like to see those examples given that came in an email versus some of the other things mentioned. The other things mentioned were great for us to see, but as it relates to the administrator's office. So I still think it's imperative for us to follow the policy that has been set through practice. And I believe that typically jobs do come to the board that's going to be under the administration wing.
Justin, could you read the motion?
Yes, sir. Motion by Zouster, to delay filling the analyst position until the position is brought to the board for approval.
Okay, you want
And
to
the
take a
second
vote?
was from Miedema.
Take the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bonema.
No.
Mr. Jortsma.
No.
Mr. Bruger.
Nope.
Mrs. Miedema.
Yes.
Mrs. Wenzel.
Yes.
Mr. Barry.
No.
Mrs. Rhodey.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
No.
Mr. Zoustra.
Yes.
Mr. Kyers.
No.
And Mr. Teeples.
No. Okay, thank you. So this is the
Motion
second public
fails.
comment period. Would anyone like to address the board? Yep. Hold on, Ron.
Sorry. I'll be brief. Becky Patrick, Allendale. I want to thank Commissioner Barry in particular and this board for taking up that resolution and earlier in the meeting. And I really do honestly appreciate that, so thank you. I would like to just offer, however, that when the federal government puts out a budget that says we are eliminating this, we should believe them on that, and we should be quite clear in our expectations of what we want. We want the thing they eliminated restored to the budget. So I am concerned about that. I think I agree with Director Brzezowski that I think we're going to see some quite dire consequences out of that. But I do appreciate your efforts in taking it up and discussing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the board?
Ian Zimmer, Port Sheldon Township. Having listened to the closed session audio concerning Jordan Epperson's severance, I heard assumption being stated as assertion. Commissioner Moss, matter of fact, stated the resume leak originated with Human Resources, but did it? Commissioner Crosby stated only Jordan and HR had resume, but was there potential third source other than Jordan and the county? On April 26, 2023, I requested copies of resumes that applied for the position of senior executive aide. FOIA was answered June 29, 2023, 99% redacted. With some legal assistance, unredacted response was obtained. On or about August 14, 2023, FOIA response was shared with Sarah Leach. HR need not defend itself. Listening further, additional assertions were made. Assertions made behind the veil of closed session secrecy. Assertions that were never expected to be evaluated if square, level, or plumb principles of square, level, and plumb applies equally to building
a structure, or building a severance and separation agreement. Metaphorically speaking, the Nate Wolf affidavit testimony is the plumb bob, the level, the carpenter square to evaluate the closed session Joe Moss narrative. A type of transit to check the storylines if the storylines run parallel or apart. Spare the public having to FOIA the Nate Wolf documentation and public it on myottawa.org.
Thank you. Anyone else? Justin, anybody online?
Sir.
No?
One
Oh,
more.
yep, one more. Hang on, Gary. 1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
Public comment or not? Okay.
Public comment.
Okay, I'm gonna be a little more mean than Becky. Shame on all of you. All of you.
Ma'am, could you?
What
state
is your
name
job?
and
Could you
jurisdiction for
identify
the record?
yourself and your?
Grace Holland. Doug is the only one. These are tears are not for you, it's for the community. Fuck all of you. What is your job? You're gonna let people go houseless and hungry. You had somebody in here saying they're gonna shut down a place that helps people. You've been in my house. I've had dinner with you. You are a slimy snake, Joe Moss.
Ma'am,
No,
Just-
don't shush me. You're interrupting everybody else's life.
ma'am, you can.
I'm gonna interrupt you.
Just calm down and tell us what.
Don't you dare tell me to calm down. You're directly responsible for people being cold and hungry. I realize that none of you have many people of color in your places. That man does. Listen to him. Listen to him. He has houseless people in his district. He knows. Shame on all of you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Justin, anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, so Gary, want to say something?
Just very quickly, I just want to leave it with the board and thank those that supported this position. I don't want the board to lose sight of the fact that you have a professional HR department. They've been through a lot over the last couple of years. There have been people that have been put in positions that, left and left kind of a scar behind. I've worked with HR for the last 10 months. They've done a pretty good recovery. And Scott, you're to be complimented on that. And when I hear that the administrator's office is a little bit different and I take offense in that, Commissioner Zylstra, and the fact that we have some of the finest staff
I thought you could not
in the
address
county.
individual commissioners, but I may be wrong on that.
Mr.
We have some of the finest staff in the county. And they are to be competent, with the fact that they've kind of held this thing together and prepared everything they have for the board. And so again, this was not a sham type situation of trying to put anything through. And it was done properly. And we have other departments right now that we're already into a month into the budget year that we have to figure out what to do with some positions. And I'm sitting here wondering, do we bring them all to the board and let the board make the decision? I would hope not. I think we've demonstrated that we've been able to do it properly. So again, Patrick, I really do wish you the best. And I hope that you understand that I believe everything he's going to do for the betterment of this county. So,
Thank
for what
you.
it's worth.
Mr. Chair, may I have a moment of,
Comment here, you do not get the public comment.
a moment of privilege because Robert's rules does allow me to respond if the chair allows me.
In a public comment, let's move on. Just, Patrick, this is you.
Mr. Zylstra, you can make a public comment.
Patrick, this is the report of
I
the
think
county.
Ron wanted to say something.
Oh, Ron? Oh, yeah, it still is. Okay, gosh, I guess so.
Well, I think all of you know that this is my last day serving as interim deputy administrator. First of all, I want to thank you for the donut and coffee reception this morning. And I want to thank you for another memorable board meeting. I will remember this one. I've been here 10 months almost. I've had a chance to get to know almost all of you pretty well, and I really appreciate that experience. The thing that I'm going to take away from this 10 months is my opportunity to work with some really great people. And that includes the administrator staff, Regina, Stephanie, Shannon, and some of the others. Certainly working with Gary. Gary's done the heavy lifting. I've had the opportunity to watch him at his best and to help once in a while. But I just want to thank you for this 10 months. And I'm really looking forward to retiring again.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will be brief. I know the hour's late, and I think there's food that's been delivered here, so. Just with regard to the CAA resolution, want you all to know, because there's some good questions on it. Concurrently with that document being distributed, I will be working closely with Jennifer and Fiscal Services to determine what a contingency funding plan looks like and bring that back to you for some consideration. Is that something that if the funding is gone, that we make a decision to fund that with local tax dollars? So I can bring that back. Busy first day yesterday. I spent a lot of time with Gary and Ron, just doing a 4-hour brain dump, getting up to speed. There's a lot of things going on, as you can probably imagine, but I also took the time to meet with some of the department heads and elected officials yesterday, just to introduce myself to them, let them know kind of what I hope to accomplish with them. This includes in the very near term meeting with each of them individually. And I've asked them to kind of give me a sense of what are the big issues that they see coming their way in the next 3 to 5 years. And I'm also seeking their input on what qualities and characteristics they'd be interested in seeing in the next deputy position. That's a very important role for the organization. And I want to hear their voice on what functions and roles do you think is important. And I also discussed the expectations with regards to the upcoming strategic plan. And I'm really looking forward to diving in with all of you on that. I do see that as a very collaborative process with staff, because me being so new here, I will rely heavily on their input on what they think you all need to know in terms of priorities. So I will be inviting them to the table. I also informed them that I'm going to be looking to, and I mentioned this in my interview, I'm going to be looking to develop some type of an ongoing written communication with all of you, just to keep you aware of what's happening at the county. This is something that will be contributed to by different staff and departments heads, but it'll give you good information as you go out and talk to your constituents on what's happening. And then finally, I informed them that in the weeks ahead, I also hope to schedule meetings with each of you individually. That's really important to me, that I hear from you what your vision is, what your expectations are, and that will be very, very soon. So I'm going to also share all my contact information with you today. And then just, again, I want to really thank these two gentlemen behind me. Gary has graciously agreed to stay on in the interim deputy role for me, just to make sure that I'm well suited to hand that off and get ready to post the new position. But I just can't thank these guys enough. I mean, they really have made it seamless for me to be able to come in here. And I can't describe all the things that they've done. A lot of it, probably a lot of people don't even know, but the culture is good. People are excited, functioning very well as an organization. We've got an incredibly talented group of people that work here, and a lot of commitment to this county. So I'm excited to be here.
Welcome. Josh, you want to go first on commissioner comments and we'll just work around?
Good gravy. No. Yes, sure. What a meeting.
Keep you short, man.
Yeah, this will keep me short. I think Ron hit the nail on the head. A memorable meeting. So no, I have no further comments. Thank you all for your input. I guess I do. Thank you all for your input. I know we don't always agree. It's a part of the process to have these conversations, which are challenging. And I appreciate everyone around this dais and those who have come to speak. So thanks.
Come this way.
Yeah, let's go.
No, I think this was a memorable meeting, but also a meeting that is helping resolve a lot of litigation against the county. And I think that is a fresh wind is blowing here. I like celebrating the fact that we've gone 10 months with no new litigation coming to the county. So I feel like that speaks to stability returning to the county. And a lot of that is due to our excellent leadership. And Ron, I just want to thank you for stepping into the situation and supporting Gary as you have, because it's been a testimony to a long friendship and what trust looks like in two men of great wisdom and experience. And it's inspiring. So thank you for exemplifying that to all of us.
Ron, it's been a pleasure to have you here at the county. So I just want to say thank you for your work here and blessings as you continue your second round of retirement.
Jordan.
Yeah, happy trails, Ron. Again, we'll see if we can get you back here as much as we can, just to, maybe a couple boards or volunteering or something. No, I thought this was productive. I did want to bring up, I attended my first groundwater board meeting last week. And, I've heard a little bit about the groundwater situation, but it was a bit of a wake-up call in kind of what we're facing. And so I'm really excited to dig into that in strategic planning and talk about, what, if any, significant moves we can make to move the needle on that issue, because it is serious. I mean, there are already people who their wells are running dry. And I mean, that seems like something out of a third world country, frankly, and not in one of the fastest growing counties in the state. So I think there's a lot that we can do. So I just want to put that on everyone's radar. Looking forward to digging into that.
Yeah, I attended the asset board meeting, like I mentioned, and one thing that they talked about a little bit is just a softening of the economy, and so to kind of be aware and look for all their data was anecdotal, so they didn't have anything hard facts to look at, but they look at things like who's doing layoffs and things like that, and they said there's been a few more than they expected. Nothing huge, but just to be aware. And Ron, I really enjoyed some of our meetings that we've been involved in, and your very high level of critical thought. So I appreciate that, and yeah, see you later.
Yeah. Echo a lot of them sounds, Ron. It was a pleasure working with you, and having your open door policy is always great. And welcome, Patrick. And I just want to encourage all the commissioners to have an amazing open door policy. I've always had with our administrator I've ever been here in the last 20 years of my life, if not more. So that's a great thing. And to talk about Jordan and the groundwater, it's serious stuff that we really got to recognize in Ottawa County. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to have them in meetings live so people can see what really is going on there. That's one of the things we thought would probably bring forward a little more concern about it. So something we'll keep working on, and it's going to be one of our higher things that we will deal with in this county in the next few years. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah.
Ron, I mentioned this morning, but I just want to say it again publicly. I can't thank you enough for your service to the county, and not just you, but with Gary, with so many new commissioners on the board, having some leadership that's got institutional knowledge and can work with all the players is very helpful. And wish you all the best. And I'll see if Mrs. France wants you back here again for something in a couple of weeks. But with regards to the board, I think we had some great discussions today. We were dealing with some heavy lifting, but I think we had good conversations all the way around, and I really appreciate everybody's presence and contributions to the discussion overall. Thank you. Andrew?
Ron, I just wanted to say thank you for your service. Appreciate you. And enjoy your retirement. Don't come back. Not that we wouldn't love to have you back, but just enjoy your retirement. And regarding the water issue, it makes me think about Glendon and the battery plant that's they're wanting to put there. And people there are already having issue with dry wells and wells that are getting low. And that's an excessive amount of water that needs to be used. So I look forward to hearing more about that.
Okay, I have a few things. First of all, Ron, thank you for your service. Your smile and persona has been really pleasant to work with. So thank you for your time here. I also want to thank you, Commissioner Zylstra, for bringing the resolution and putting some eyes on that. It might not have turned out exactly the way you wanted, but I think it is an important issue. So thank you for doing that. And also thank you for both you and Commissioner Miedema for bringing up the information about the position. And I just want you to know, Patrick, that I think you would probably find unanimous support here for that position. I don't think that we have fundamental disagreements with the position itself. It's just more been a question of process. So I think there's a lot of value in that position. So personally, I support it going forward. And then also, just, you know, this is really for the board majority. I sincerely hope that you're not planning to conduct a raid on Mar-a-Lago, that we will not be going through Melania's underwear drawers or searching children's bedrooms. You have continued to show a disdain for those who support President Trump, particularly Commissioner Moss, who is arguably one of Michigan's leading conservative voices. This has been a political witch hunt since you entered office, and it really needs to end. So I'm hopeful that at some point soon here, you can get back to focusing on the business of the board, the business of the county, the business of our people, instead of continuing to go after Commissioner Moss. So that's all I've got.
Okay, so I'll conclude it. So I'm very happy that we've settled all the lawsuits that were hanging on this board coming in, except one. That's not going to happen this year, I don't think, as much as the desire is there. And despite what's been reported, I do not, this failure to settle that last lawsuit is not because of the attorneys. I'd also now like to thank Ron. You've been fantastic, like everybody says, right? I mean, maybe it's your smile, you know, your calm demeanor, your professionalism, the detail of everything you've done. You've really, like I said, you've heard me say this before. There's so much that you did that the public will never understand that set the groundwork for all of us systemically to move forward. And that's invaluable, Ron, and we just can't thank you enough for everything you've done. You and your wife, her burden to have you here as much as you did. Enjoy your time away now, and thank you very much. I'd also now like to just say thank you to the board. I know we had some difficult discussions. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and I look forward to doing it with you.